Okay, everyone, so welcome to Caithness Area Committee. The usual Teams protocol applies. You're all familiar with it by now. If there are any technical problems, you can phone IT on the number provided. Please keep your camera on and your microphone off throughout the meeting and raise your electronic hand if you want to speak. I would just ask you to keep the conversation line free for motions and amendments and changes to recommendations, especially given the discussion of the Coastal Communities Fund later. It'll be important to keep that clear so we can keep track of it. It is a big agenda today, so we'll probably be breaking for lunch and then going into the afternoon, and we can have a separate adjournment if needed, if we need to discuss anything commercially sensitive as part of the Coastal Communities Fund, and a breakout room has been made available for that. So we'll move straight into apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. I have no apologies. Maybe do the roll call now, please, Chair.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bremner. Okay. Councillor Donny Mackay.
Present.
Councillor Willie Mackay.
Present.
Councillor Mackey.
Present, Alex.
Councillor Rees.
Present, Alex.
Councillor Rosie.
Present, Alex.
Councillor Andrew Sinclair.
Present. Morning, Alex.
Morning. And Councillor Nicola Sinclair.
Present.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Have we received any declarations of interest in advance, please?
I haven't received any. I don't think the clerk has received any either, although I do know that there may be some declarations that come, so I'll leave that up to the members now. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair. As previously indicated to members in the previous discussions surrounding item 13, which is the Highland Coastal Communities Fund, two declarations of interest, one which is non-financial, a close family member who is I suppose an applicant or part of a business that represents an applicant. The second one is I am a financial interest, managing director of a business that was in competition with one of the applicants. As such, I'll remove myself from the discussion at that moment in time.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie.
Thank you, Chair. And similarly, item 13 is a non-financial interest as a Director of Thursday Community Development Trust. So I will remove myself from that portion on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rees.
Yes, good morning. Also, agenda item 13, non-financial. The manager of befriending Caithness is a friend, so I too will not take part in that aspect of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. And I'll add for item 12, the Wick Common Good Fund Asset Register. I am a director of the Wicks Heart Development Trust, but I'll be able to stay for the discussion. Do we have any more declarations? I'm not seeing any more hands, except Matthew, your hand's still up. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the minutes. We have for noting the minutes of the meeting of the 21st of January and the 19th of February, which were approved at Highland Council on the 23rd of March. Are we happy to note those minutes, please? Okay, so moving on to item 5, we need to appoint a director to the Citizens Advice Bureau following Councillor Donny Mackay, who's stepped down, and I'm looking for a nomination to replace Councillor Mackay, please. Councillor Willie Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose Councillor Struan Mackey.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackay. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Mackey, please?
I'll second that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Rees, your hand went up and back down again. Were you just coming in to second that?
It was just my enthusiasm to second Struan. That was all. Donny beat me to it.
Councillor Mackey, are you happy to accept that nomination?
I'm happy to consent to it. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Alex.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Could you perhaps just mention item 4, please, the action tracker for noting? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. So item number 4, the matters arising, and it's just to note the action tracker that was circulated with the reports. Is everyone happy to note that? Thanks, Alex. I'm skipping agenda items to get us through today as quick as possible. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Chair. Just, I suppose, matters arising from the action tracker. I know that we've had a long-standing item on the for the west side of the county in respect to the Thurso Fire Station. I think I've spoken to all the members on our side individually, and I think what we will be doing is writing directly to the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service on that basis. So we're quite keen to close it out, but we're conscious that it's been long-standing and it's a number of committees that this has come to. So we'll take that action away and hopefully close it off from the action tracker for the next committee.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mackey. It's good to get some progress moving on that. Okay, so we'll move on to item 6 in the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, and I'll bring in Jim, please.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Morning, Jim. Yeah, we can.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief as I can. I know you have a lot on today. Morning, everyone. You have our report. This will be the last report I'll be coming in front of you with. I'll be moving on at the end of this month. My successor, a gentleman called Paddy Farrell, will be taken on post here. He will start here, or should start here, on the 10th of May, so there'll be a very short gap due to my holidays. There'll be a full handover done, and Paddy will be fully appraised of the good community work I think we do as regards planning partnership and other things we're very much involved in. The report before you is fairly good news, I think. There seems to be no major issues regarding recruitment, which we have addressed and I can give you an update on. So I'll leave the report to you to ask any questions, please.
Thanks very much for that. Members, any questions? Councillor Rees.
Thanks, Chair. It's not a question. I hope you'll forgive me. It's just really to, as the Council Strategic Lead for Fire, is to thank Jim for unstinting hard work over the last 3 years. It's been there's been 1 or 2 notable incidents. I think I am glad to say that from a fire service point of view, perhaps COVID wasn't as notable as it might have been, given some of the things the fire service were planning for. Thankfully, that hasn't come to pass. I think it's also important just to remind members that the largest ever wild moorland fire in the UK took place on our county boundary with Sutherland, and Jim and I have spoken about that quite a lot over the last couple of years. The cause of the fire has just about been established. I think it's always very difficult to work out these things, but that fire released more carbon into the atmosphere. Actually, I've forgotten the figures, but there was an extraordinary figure there, the amount of carbon that was released by that fire. There were also questions, challenges really, that were raised and successfully dealt with regarding the use of helicopters, estates, the RSPB, a whole load of issues there. And one interesting little fact was that some of the work that had been done in the area to restore the carbon peatlands by blocking drains and allowing the water table to rise back to a more natural level actually reduced the spread of the fire. It was still extremely large fire, but the weather was a bit like it is today, actually, as I recall. See Jim nodding, recollecting this. All credit should go to the fire service, and actually, I think Jim would say as well, partner agencies who all worked together to eventually extinguish what had become a very significant fire. A lot of people felt the one in Murray was larger. No pun intended. When the dust settled and the smoke cleared, it was actually established that our fire had been the largest ever, I believe. So just really like to thank Jim and wish him well with his future back down in Dundee. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Rees. And yeah, I would just echo those comments. Jim, thank you for your attendance at Caithness Area Committee and all the work you've done, and it's very much appreciated, and wish you well.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands up, members. Okay. The committee is invited to comment and scrutinise the attached area performance report for the Scottish Fire and Rescue local performance report. Are you happy to note that, members? Okay, sorry, excuse me, I'm flitting between screens here. All right, we'll move on then. Thank you, Jim. Item 7, the joint use of Thurso and North West Caithness and Wick and East Caithness COVID response funds. There's circulated report by the Executive Chief Officer for Communities in Place. The committee is invited to consider and agree the proposal to allocate £6,000, £3,000 from each ward, to assist the 12 local community councils, including Wick and Thurso, who are part of the Village Officer Scheme, to apply for up to £500 to assist with their village officer duties for 21 and 22. And number 2, the proposal to allocate £6,000, £3,000 from each ward, to assist local Christmas lights groups with repairs to lights damage due to prolonged exposure to the elements. A maximum of £1,500 for Wick and Thurso and £300 for other identified groups. And the closing date for applications will be the 30th of June 2021. Members, we've obviously discussed this in advance of the meeting, and I think that we're all supportive of it. Does anyone have any comment to make, or are you happy to note it and move on? To agree that and move on. Good. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're on to item 8, the Thurso Associated School Group Overview, and I think we have Alison here. Alison Donald.
Alison was Chair. Sorry, it's Alec. Alison was asked to come in at 10:30. If you bear with me, please, I'll see if I can get her to come in earlier.
Okay, no problem. If not, members, I'm noting that Margaret Ross is here from Housing, so we've got nearly 20 minutes before Alison's due to come in, so we could move on to item 11 and come back. I know that Alison has to be away at 12, but that, Alex, if she's not available now, maybe we could skip forward to Housing if Margaret Ross is okay with that.
Yeah,
Yep.
you do. You are able to agree that, Chair.
Okay. Do you want to give Alison a minute, Alex, or will we just jump to item 11?
I would suggest you just go with Margaret, please, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, great. Thanks very much, Margaret. So we'll move on to item 11, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. On this fine sunny morning in Caithness, members are invited to consider the information provided in the Housing Performance Report for Q3. First thing we'll take a wee look at this morning is emergency repairs, which have increased slightly in Ward 1. Ward 2 has remained static. Obviously, emergency repairs remain a priority, and our performance on that remains well within the target of 14 hours. Non-emergency repairs, slight increase in one ward. Again, the performance is within the target of 8 days. There will be an ongoing impact on performance as we go forward, though. We're still having delays in material supplies. And although we are back to a full repair service from Monday the 26th, there obviously have been restrictions up until that date that's affected non-essential work. But everything should start to move much, much better from Monday. Excuse me. Tenancy management. Some improvement in relet times in Q3, but we're out with the 35-day target. Again, relet numbers, I know you hear this every single committee from me, relet numbers remain high. Low demand properties are impacting on that performance figure. We are certainly doing everything we can. We have no very, very long-term voids, but there continues to be a high amount of churn in Caithness. Obviously, relets were impacted a bit with some restrictions on working practices. And those supply chain issues I spoke about earlier also affected that. Rent arrears. Well, at the end of Q3, the rent arrears in both wards had actually reduced a wee bit. You'll appreciate that all the officers are working from home and are very much concentrating on rent arrears, and some restrictions have allowed that to happen without the distraction of estate management. So emergency Scottish Government legislation means that the notice period for commencing court action has been extended, and at the present time no evictions have taken place because of rent arrears in Scotland. But we're very much aware that tenants have an ongoing responsibility to pay their rent, and we haven't lost sight of that. We've had to be very flexible in dealing with people with rent arrears, and there has been, and the resulting financial difficulty, there has been a lot of signposting of tenants to sources of financial support, and that will continue. Homelessness, that's increased. The presentations have increased in Caithness over the last year, and I think we can probably expect to see that continue. There's been some changes to national legislation. The test has been simplified somewhat, and that has certainly resulted in an increase. And lastly, but by no means least, I believe that you get verbal updates at the ward business meetings for your capital programme. So members, that is the housing performance report this morning. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Margaret. That's great. Any questions, members? Councillor Rosie.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Margaret. Thanks for your report. Just a query on homelessness and how we manage it. How do we need to think about it? Is there anything we need to start considering on how we cope with that issue?
I think it's fair to say that the housing service as a whole are very much looking at that issue, but the slight increase in Caithness, I don't think that should give us huge cause for concern, to be honest. Some years ago, the priority need test was abolished. That was followed by a change in how we look at intentionality. And it could well be that another big change is coming in the abolition of local connection. So I think in summary, the test has been hugely simplified, and if someone needs a roof over their head, they will get a roof over their head. And we have to find ways to meet that duty. I'm not anticipating a massive challenge in Caithness because we have properties available. But it certainly takes a lot of work, and you will see a bit of an increase.
Thanks, Margaret.
Councillor Mackie.
Thanks, Chair. It was actually, I had two questions. The first was very much, I think, what Carl indicated, and thanks, Margaret, for your response there. Just in respect to the rent arrears, which has obviously gone down, is it because of the easing of the, is it really restrictions or the frameworks that you guys are having to deal with, or the restrictions for enforcement that's brought that down? Or because it's good to see, but I'd just like to know what's the motivating factors behind that, because obviously we've everything that we've been told in previous months, and indeed since I joined the council, is that was kind of steadily creeping up, regardless of all of the efforts that I know you and your team were doing to make sure that rent arrears were kept under control. So it is nice to see it going down, but given that I don't think we're necessarily out the throes of the pandemic in respect to the kind of economic impact that it could have longer term, just wanted to know why that trend's occurred, or if you've got any sort of kind of baseline on that. Thank you.
Well, I have to say that there is an increase in the Caithness rent arrears, or there was an increase at the end of Q4. So the end of Q3 figures are, as we always say, a moment in time. However, I think it is true to say that there hasn't been the massive impact on rent arrears that we all anticipated there would be. There is no doubt, if I give you an example, in Thurso, the rent arrears are going to be up at the end of the financial year. Now, Thurso's rent arrears were very low. They were very, very controlled at the start of this pandemic. And frankly, there was only one place they were going to go, and that was going to be up. Wick ended up pretty much at the same year end as last year, and that's a huge credit to the Wick team. Why in Thurso did they go up? Just to put it into perspective for you, so that you don't focus too much maybe on a result at the end of a quarter. Of 81 new tenancies created during Q3 in Thurso, over 40 of them were on benefits. Now that is a change in the west of the county. And the west of the county's also had a big hit with furloughed people. Hospitality industry, I don't need to tell you, heavens, you'll know. So it's a moment in time, these figures. The model that the Highland Council have adopted of no home visits means that officers have been able to really sit at their desks and concentrate in rent arrears, and really interestingly, that has paid huge dividends. There has been little estate management done, which again has freed officer time. And there's been a real focus on rent arrears, and there's lots going on behind the scenes. We have a rent arrears working group, and there are many hours been devoted to this. So it's really quite interesting, and it's interesting the differences that are starting to show across the county. So all we can do is continue and try and keep this focus when we return to estate management. We're hoping to be back at doorsteps on Monday, 26th, and working towards a full service delivery over the next maybe 4 to 6 weeks. So it's difficult to give you a very straight answer, Councillor Mackie.
No, that's great. Thanks, Margaret. Does any other members have any questions? I think I would just like to say, and I'm sure everyone feels this way, that we understand it's been a really difficult past year for the housing team, for all the teams in the council, and particularly that tenants are probably struggling now more than they have before. So we just appreciate all the efforts that you've continued to put in, and these results are really a testament to the efforts of your team, that they're as good as they are. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the team because it's very much about them. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, Margaret. Go and enjoy sun.
Thanks.
I'm not sure if Alison's joined us yet, but I noticed that we do have Nikki Grant. So unless Alex has been able to reach Alison, I think we could probably go to Nikki. Would you be comfortable to talk to the skills report or the ASN report, which is items 8 and 9?
Morning, Chair. I'm just waiting
Good morning,
for Alison to come into the meeting just now, because I think she's got a presentation to go through with you, and I know that Hannah as well is going to come and give a presentation. So if you can just give me 2 seconds till I find out where they are, and I'll come back to you in a minute.
No problem, Nikki. That's fine. Thanks. Okay, folks, will we take a 5-minute comfort break? There's no other agenda items we can go on to that aren't going to take a while, so feel free to go and make a coffee while we wait for Alison and Nikki to come back. Sorry about this. Okay, everyone, I make that 10:30. Is everyone okay to restart? I'm seeing Alison and Nikki now. I'm sorry about that, guys. We're super efficient this morning. We flew through the agenda.
Brilliant.
Means you'll get away in time.
Can I apologise? Sorry, Nicola. I was coming in and I'm not sure if Hannah's there. Oh, there she is.
I'm seeing Hannah now. Morning, Hannah.
We were coming in at half 10.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We were just we were ahead of ourselves this morning. It's very unusual. So you happy just to make a start on item 8 if you're ready, Alison and Hannah?
Yeah, okay. So yeah, good morning everybody. The report you've received is an update of the key information related to schools within the Thurso ASG. We'll have a look at that first and then the ASN. I'd like to address one or two of the pieces of data, and then Hannah, head teacher at Thurso High, will be able to give a better understanding behind the high school data and give an update on the last year, a very different year to what we've normally had. First of all, I'd like to point out some information on early years. In the Thurso ASG, we're still working towards 1140. The timescales are looking good. We should be meeting that by August. It's estates that we're working on just now. I think the new builds, in fact, I know the new builds are all in place, or not in place, but all working, and the timescales have been kept to. So we look forward to that in August this year. And also sticking with the early years, I'd like to bring your attention to the nursery inspections. You'll see, I think that's on page 2 of your report, but you'll see the majority of the grades are good or very good, and that's what we're looking for just now. When the Care Inspectorate come, or Her Majesty's Inspectorate come out to inspect schools, they're looking for good or very good. Mount Pleasant was inspected in October 19, and the quality of care was good, but the quality of the environment was only seen as adequate. So what's happening there is the nursery is required to upgrade that because we really need it to be good. So what we're doing is we've got Maria Aitken, who's early years education support visitor, and she regularly visits Mount Pleasant to support them to improve the quality of environment inside and outside, in order to promote learning with free flow from the indoors and the outdoors, materials which allow or promote curiosity, creativity and child development. And she's really pleased with what she's seeing happening there. So that's a positive. The other point I thought within the report was the exclusions. We've actually talked about this before, because you'll note the data, and it's something we talk about often, but the data here is 2018-19 Scottish Government collect attendance, absence and exclusion on a biannual basis. So the numbers you have there that I have explained before for Castletown, Falkirk and Miller, there are exclusion numbers there. These are individual young folk, young children who required social and emotional support. And the school has worked closely with pupils and families and other agencies to provide the support these children require. So these were the things that I noted within the report that I thought you might find interesting. And Hannah, over to you now to talk about the high school. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, good morning, everyone. I was just going to start quickly to explain some of one of the pieces of information. The our positive destination data percentage wasn't good this year, and it had apparently dropped from 98.3 to 89.17. But I just wanted to start by saying that was unfortunately a bit of a data input error on our part in the period of time between August and October last session. We should have updated our data, and with the whole COVID scenario and everything that was going on, I'm afraid that ball got dropped and it didn't happen. So of the 89.17, the ones that were not in positive destinations according to that data were 13 pupils. But when that data was actually checked, and if it had been input correctly, that figure would have been 94.2% of the pupils that were allegedly unemployed and seeking, or unemployed and not seeking. Actually, 4 of them are in full-time employment. Some of them are economically inactive. For example, 2 of the pupils came from our enhanced provision. Both of them profoundly disabled. One of them's in a wheelchair and is actually living independently in Thor House with carers. So she's actually has got for her an extremely positive destination, but that's not reflected in the data. So I just wonder, there's nothing I can do about the data. It was just it's just unfortunate, but just to explain, it's not an accurate reflection of the way things really were for our pupils, which is the most important thing after all. So I was just going to just give you a quick chat. I know time is quite tight. Just to give you a quick chat about how our sort of year, our very unusual year, has been for 2021. Last time I spoke was 2 years ago at the committee, and at that time I said that we had 3 main focuses within the school. First and foremost is nurture and pupils' health and well-being. Obviously, we all need to feel safe and have personal security and a sense of belonging, and that's really, really important. Pupils need a sense of connection before they can be in a place where they can start to use their abilities to learn. After that, following that, one of our main job is to create a school and classroom culture that allows pupils to learn the behaviours they need to succeed. We can't assume that all pupils have come from the privileged sort of family backgrounds that many of us have enjoyed, and that they come with these skills ready-made, so to speak. It's part of our job to ensure that they learn these skills so that they can be, leave school to be part of any community. They're effectively equipped. So, and the best learning and teaching also takes place, obviously, in a calm and well-behaved environment. The way students behave in school strongly correlates with their eventual outcomes. And thirdly, our other main focus is obviously what happens in the classrooms from the point of view of teaching and learning. So staff to become more research-informed teachers and therefore more effective is one of the things we were really focusing on before lockdown hit us. So the methodologies we employ as the single most important resource in the classroom are really important. All the recent publications on cognitive science and the science of learning give us these evidence-based methodologies. The most effective teachers ensure that their students efficiently acquire and rehearse knowledge in schemas. They model, guide practice, take account of cognitive load, give good feedback, and provide for lots of practice and review. So all of these 3 aspects of what we've been trying to do ultimately will obviously raise attainment for all our pupils, which is, our main aim. So I think that all of the CPD that we undertook in those areas to have consistency of practice across the school in the past couple of years contributed to our being in a strong position to cope with the 2 lockdowns that we've taught through over the last year. The first lockdown, just over a year ago now, was an extremely steep learning curve for teachers. We did a huge amount of in-house learning. We utilised the skills of a few in the school for the benefit of many. We did lots of staff training. We spent a lot of time setting up means of supporting pupils and recording engagement. that by last July we didn't think we would ever need again. Little did we know. The hard work that we put in over those 3 months, though, stood us in extremely good stead when we were right back there in January this year, and we were really able to hit the ground running with our remote delivery. Teachers had all the skills they needed for effective remote delivery. They could create videos, presentations, fully use G Suite, and use many additional apps to create lessons, things like quizzes, Kahoot, Screencastify, Mote, Edpuzzle. These are all things that teachers would never have heard of a year and a half ago. So this allowed us to move forward with our course content between January and Easter and complete nearly all our senior phase courses by the time we went on holiday. Teaching is obviously not just about the lessons and the delivering the curriculum, the content. The nurture and wellbeing support that we offer in the school was obviously of the utmost importance at this time. And while the teachers were doing the teaching, we had a body of staff that were supporting the pupils that needed it most. So, for example, guidance teachers, PSAs, pupil support assistants, CSWs, learning support staff, mentors were supporting pupils emotionally and academically. Not only were over 100 pupils being supported with their learning by PSAs and learning support teachers, but our welfare group was in weekly and sometimes daily contact with the pupils who needed it most. We had about 130 pupils on our vulnerable pupil list. And every week we met to make sure that those pupils had been contacted and were basically okay. So as well as that, our mentoring programme continued online, so did counselling, so did CSW support. Guidance staff were in constant contact with some families, and senior management met every day to work with guidance to discuss engagement of the pupils and the support that was required by individual pupils on how we could tailor what we were delivering on an almost daily basis to meet people's needs. We also supported key worker children and the most vulnerable pupils in school in what we called the hub throughout lockdown. Over the lockdown period, we were really pleased. We felt we had some of the best engagement in Highland, according to one measure. And we were very proud that 40% of our pupils had over 90% engagement across the 3 months, with more than half of the pupils had over 80% engagement. In fact, we had 100 pupils out of 730 approximately who did not miss a single piece of work that they were set over those 3 months, which I think is just really amazing. I'm really proud of those kids. I'm really proud of all of them, but some of the pupils showed such self-motivation and ability to just get their heads down and get on with the job. It was really, rewarding to see that. So now that we're back in school following the holidays, our focus has to turn to our SQA responsibilities with regard to our senior pupils, and that's really going to take up a lot of our attention. So we're currently in a period of consolidation and revision before the pupils set some assessments that will contribute to the evidence that's required for us to base their provisional grades. We're also offering recovery classes in different subjects where possible to help those pupils who were not able to engage as well as others over lockdown. We've been in weekly contact with other schools' SQA coordinators in the planning for meeting the SQA criteria to decide on the provisional grades, and the Highland Council coordinated approach to this has been really helpful. So teachers, we need to have the assessments sat. Teachers need to mark them, they need to moderate them and quality assure the marking process, which involves working with other schools as well as just within our own school. We also need to consider all the evidence for each pupil, for each subject, and then finalise their provisional grades. These are then reviewed by a Highland Council verification process as well. Our timetable change date has been put forward by a week to try and help with this. There's no study leave for pupils, so teachers have to fit all this work in around their normal school life. We've got a detailed, careful timeline for how this is to happen in order for the very tight framework to work. At the same time as doing all of this, we've obviously got to continue the usual life of the school, obviously with plenty of attention for our 1st to 3rd years as well. We've got tracking and reporting to do and catch up on. We have a transition process for the new primary 7s coming in to 1st year in August. We've got option forms for pupils moving forward with their choices for next year. We've got to prepare a new timetable to start at the beginning of June, and all the usual day-to-day school life. So it's certainly been, in lots of ways, a very, very difficult year, and it's certainly not over. However, there's lots of positives to take from our situation as well. Many pupils, I feel, as I've already sort of said, have discovered that their ability to self-motivate and get the job done have been pretty good. And they should be proud of this, and it will stand them in very good stead in their years ahead and following school. Also, most pupils' technological skills have improved greatly as well. Teachers have learnt so many new skills at a greatly accelerated rate that would never have happened without the necessity of the situation we've been in. You know, no matter how much you threw CPD at them, they would not have learnt as fast as they had to when the need was there. And they're taking a lot of these skills forward into their face-to-face in-school delivery, which hugely enhances what they're doing in the classrooms. I also feel that our sense of wider community has grown across the the difficult time we've had this year, and I think there's been better communication from the school on my part to parents. I hope they feel that as well. So despite having kept parents and pupils informed about everything to do with SQA as much as we possibly can, there is still some anxiety around this from both pupils and staff, and that's something we're sort of addressing constantly. We've had quite a few questions, even though we've put out every piece of information we possibly can. So there's a lot of support ahead in the term ahead for everybody, pupils, parents, staff. So it's going to be a busy term. We'll be glad when August comes, and hopefully we can face a more normal school year. Thank you.
Thanks very much to both of you. It was really helpful. And just picking up your comments about the data, Hannah, it's quite understandable given the year that you've had, that there was a little blip with the data, and it just highlights how important it is that we have you along to Area Committee to give us the information. It's really valuable to us, like the summary you just gave us. So well done, thank you. I'll take any members' questions, bearing in mind this is Thurso ASG, so please keep your questions as much as possible to Thurso. Any questions, members?
I have no questions, but I do admire a high school at the moment. The way Aspirus and the amount of time they've had off school, I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Rees.
Yeah, well said, Donny. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Alison. I was just writing down a few things, and Hannah, you kind of went through it at a kind of 100 miles per hour, which is just as well because you've done so many things. So well done to your colleagues and yourself. I was trying to think if there's anything you hadn't mentioned, which was sort of things that I was aware of, and I just wrote down one or two things. It's definitely not designed to catch you out, I promise you, Hannah, but there's been a load of little things done around the school as well that, you know, just never really get mentioned, but they're just really good little extras. Things like the tree planting around the school makes the school look better. It's good for the students to be involved in this, and it's a lot more interesting than just looking at boring grass. The use of the janitor's house, which is something I've always taken interest in, and I just think well, that example has been highlighted across Highland, and rightly so. The improvements in road safety with the construction of the Premier Inn. I know, Hannah, you're not personally responsible for the arrival of the Premier Inn. I wouldn't say that, but you know, the fact that the road safety there has been hugely improved, as well as the area being tidied up and looking so much smarter, that's a big plus. And I know we're still trying to deal with the extra land into it, further improve road safety within the school. And I know, well, Councillor Rose has done more work on that than I have, but I know it's been difficult, but that's one we're still kind of looking at. I wanted, I mean, you're very right to be proud. I think Thurso High School possibly had the highest level of engagement by the students over lockdown, certainly sometimes than any other school, which says something really good about the school. And I just really wanted to comment, despite the fact the buildings are graded as C for condition and suitability, it frankly just goes to show it's actually the staff and the students in the school that make the school. The buildings are important, but you know, considering the restrictions that the buildings make, it's fantastic what's happened. I just wanted to ask Hannah one question. I recently heard, and I mentioned this to Alison yesterday or the day before, not in Caithness, but a possible glitch or hiccup with the speed at which the council is organising posts for next year for teachers who are currently probationers. and a slight worry that some probationers might look out with Highland because the council maybe isn't yet advertising permanent posts for these teachers. I just wanted to check if there's any issue with that. And finally, a much more general point, you used a phrase, the sort of sense of wider community, which I could relate to. And I also think, and again, it's not your personal thing, but the mere fact that the high school has been used for these extremely successful mass vaccinations on Saturdays, I just think there's something tremendously good about the population of the town and the outlying areas coming into your school and getting their jags, which obviously is incredibly reassuring and morale boosting for everybody. But just to see the school getting used for that as well, it's nothing to do with education, but it was just a really nice, it was great that the facilities could be used in that way and still are being. So just the one query really just about probationer teachers, Hannah, and thank you again.
Yes, and just quickly about the I just wanted to say too that with regard to the vaccination programme, a lot of our staff, the janitors and reception staff volunteered for that, and they did a mass all the days they volunteered, and so you know that just gave their time willingly to do that. So that's just really lovely as well. We've had no issues with getting any of our vacancies advertised, Matthew. Is that what you're asking? So no, we're good. The only problem we have is with the bus escort for our ASN minibus and another bus escort that didn't get advertised. I think that was probably just another slip through the net due to the situation we were in, rather than anything symptomatic of any other issue. So no, I would say that we've been good, and all's fine. Highland Council have been really fine with advertising things when we needed them.
Can I come in there, Matthew? Sorry, I've maybe I have me.
You're on mute,
Alison, you're on mute.
I pressed it and then pressed it again. Sorry. Yeah, I was just saying I have meetings with workforce planning, and we meet with the head teachers of each school, like Hannah, to understand what staffing is required for next session, and they're on time scale. There's a certain time that probationers, I can't remember exactly when it is, I don't know if Nikki does, I know Anne McPherson, who heads up workforce planning, gets the probationers at a particular time. She knows when they're coming out, and that's not quite yet, it's sometime in May. Other than that, I would say we're near the end, having gone through all the different schools of primary and secondary, and things that are moving as we would expect them to. The escort, Hannah, I think Wilma sorted that out, and it's now been advertised, hasn't it?
It is now. It's just has taken quite a lot of effort on my part, I have to say. The thing with the probationers is there is an issue with the probationer system. It's not a Highland Council issue, however, though it's a national system, in that we do not know whether we're going to get a probationer until the end of May, which is usually about a week before our new timetable is due to start. So if we don't get a probationer that we were hoping for, we are then have a vacant position moving the next week into a new timetable. So we're starting our year with vacancies, but this has been raised before. I don't know what, it's a national thing, not a council thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, can I just to clarify, if that's okay? What I didn't explain it very well. What I was just anxious to make sure wasn't happening was that probationers that wanted to stay in Caithness were not getting the chance to stay. But I think what Hannah said is there's no problem with that. For some reason, I think it may have been a slight issue in previous years, but I'm glad that that's the case. And I don't pretend to understand what the national problem is, but obviously, whatever it is, let's hope it gets sorted.
Yeah, thanks.
I think I'm familiar with that issue as well. I think other schools have fed in about the allocation of probationers coming quite late in the year for recruitment. Nikki, I'll bring you in here. Maybe you can provide some more information for us.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just to say, Matthew, it's a very valid question. In terms of our probationers, I spoke to our workforce planning manager yesterday, and we've actually had a huge flurry of applicants for all of our posts, more so than what we've had over the last sort of 5 years. I suppose that's a real positive for us. What we try to do, as you know, is we do try to keep on our probationer teachers, because I think it gives us that sustainability. Going back to the question you've just posed there around probationers, Chair, you're right, it's a national problem. So we will get the indication of how many probationers that we will receive for Highland Council on the 17th of May. and all local authorities will receive it on that day. And it is a, it's a national issue at this time. And it's a challenge for all of our schools, because our schools are going through their curricular timetable changes. They're looking at their projections for next year. So I do think that there is a bit of work that we can do with the Scottish Government around about that. And certainly the director meetings that I have on a fortnightly basis, it's something that we are, that we are aware of, and we're feeding back to COSLA. So I just wanted to, to make you aware of that.
Thanks very much, Nikki. Alex has just told me that councillors Rosie and Mackie have their hands up. I'm not seeing hands up, so apologies if there's a glitch in my system. Do you? Yep, Councillor Mackie.
Yeah, I had my hand up there, Chair. Thank you very much. Although I was actually partially thinking about taking it down, because I think Matthew pretty much absolutely covered everything, and particularly around about the student engagement thing, which I think was, I know it was discussed actually with the meeting between the parents, the teachers, and I think that's absolutely excellent. That we've had what is still a substantive school. It's a large high school in comparison to some in Highland having that level of engagement, because it has been difficult. And I know the catchment pool that we've got for Thurso High School obviously covers such a wide range of areas of the town, and indeed the country as well. So I think that should absolutely be on the record as something we're very, very proud of that we've got here. I think the thing that struck me most actually was the fact that it was 2 years ago was the last time that we had this conversation, because that is absolutely mad to me, because it doesn't feel like 2 years ago. But I think given that might have been in the was it the Miller Institute, the library? So I think things have changed a lot since then, and I think we were optimistic about potentially having more Caithness committees out and about, but obviously due to COVID, that's not happened. So I just thank you very much, Hannah, for the kind of overview, which I know probably would never be able to cover absolutely everything in there, but I would just like to reiterate what Matthew and Donnie said, which is, again, to pass on to the staff, massive well done for all of the effort that they've undertaken, both, as you noted, the teaching staff and everybody else who's involved with the school estate as well, and keeping it going. And the second bit, I think, on behalf of the members, is also to the students, because this is not an environment that I would pick as the one that I'd be going into getting my hires or my qualifications. So very well done to them for being able to adapt, because hopefully this is, I'd like to think this will be one of the last Caithness committees where we are still talking about disruption, and we're back on to business as usual, as best as that possibly can. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Mackie. And Councillor Rosie, I'm not sure if your hand is up or not. I can't see it, sorry.
It is, Chair, thank you, and thank you, ladies, for your reports. It's very reassuring, and I echo the comments my ward colleagues have made in support for you, so thanks very much. I was really interested, I've had some feedback which I'll touch on, but I was really interested to hear you speaking about three aims that you highlighted, Hannah. And I think it's important to highlight feedback that I've received, and I do that in a very positive vein, and I think there's an opportunity for us. So let me just give you an indication. I've received this feedback over probably the last 3 months, but they relate to what people describe as key facilities that Thurso High School lacks. They speak about antiquated sports facilities in general, particularly looking at, or an expectation for all weather outdoor sports surface, given that the drainage and etc. clay soil pitches at school are it's difficult to manage. There's reference to significant equity issues with no lift for disabled pupils in Block B, where I understand there's maths, history, geography and modern studies classrooms are located. C block lift has a lift, but only to the first floor, so access to English classrooms and guidance on floor 2 and 3 is not possible. There's further reference then about the lack of outdoor learning facilities in the community, not at Thurso High School. And I think that's quite an important point, and I think there's an opportunity for us to maybe stimulate debate within the community on that issue. Other points where pupils' outdoor seating and shelter areas. Matthew's already touched on the bus park proposal, and we really need to find a solution there, because it's a significant drain on your own resources, and there is a worry about safety concerns. And the final point was stating that there's no project being raised by Highland Council for music room windows and frames. Goes on to say that they need replacement. So when we think about a school condition rating, I always think, and we, as members, we've discussed this in the past informally. We never really took any formal decisions on how we progress things, but I think it's important to note the opportunity. We all understand what the challenges are in Caithness with depopulation and whatnot, but we now understand some of the opportunities that we may have with fusion energy at Dunham, and with that we understand the numbers that may be attracted in the Caithness community, and education is always a go-to for people considering relocation. So I guess my question is, how can we, I think it would be appropriate for us to establish some kind of dialogue within the community. And I guess when I'm speaking about potential opportunities with fusion energy at Dunray, we need to be focusing on younger families, so it may well be 10 years before we realise some of these numbers and possible relocation in the area. So, we need to have quite a wide-ranging consultation, and it would make sense to include, industry and business, along with third sector, and crucially, educational staff and children. So, I guess it's a question on, how can we address, what have we got to do to assist you in addressing the issues that have been highlighted and excuse me, that I spoke about there. And if we are to do some form of consultation, it will require some resource and structure. What's the most appropriate way to do that and progress it? So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Rosie. Hannah, I don't know if you want to pick up on any of those points. I do think I remember you mentioning some of them 2 years ago, as Struan said.
Yeah, I mean, the disabled access in the school, as I probably said 2 years ago, is poor. But I worked very hard to get 2 stair lifts put in. It took me about 2 years, I think, to get 2 stair lifts put in. And these are very small items compared with B block and C block lifts and all weather pitches and bus parks. And I think if it took me 2 years to get 2 stair lifts, I'm probably just going to concentrate on teaching and learning in the classrooms I've got. And if anybody else wants to take on these other things, I'd be absolutely delighted. An all weather pitch would be fabulous. This year it's really highlighted the fact that we have to do PE outside. The kids can't be inside, they still can't be inside, has highlighted seriously. I'll say this quite strongly, seeing as Nikki is here, and I'm sure she's really interested in all weather pitches. The fact that we have no outdoor resources for doing sports of any sort. They can't go on that pitch in the winter at all. So we have nothing. They've been gone down walking around the boating pond is what they were doing before Easter. That's all they could do, or running if they were up to it. But that's all that we could offer, and they were sick and tired of it. We had no, oh, actually, I tell a lie. We have the basketball pitch that we funded ourselves. We've got a basketball court we put in ourselves with sponsored walk money. But to have an all-weather pitch on to replace one of our grass pitches would be fabulous.
Thanks, Hannah. I would just say my daughter's back to school now at Newton Park, and every day that I've gone to pick her up, the Mugga at Wick is absolutely full of kids running around having a great time. So I'm not saying that to rub salt in the wound. I'm saying that to say that yeah, maybe some concerted effort to try and put something in place would be welcome. And I appreciate you don't have time to do it on top of your existing responsibilities. Nikki, did you want to add to that?
No, I mean, I think it's a very valid point that Hannah's just raised there just now. And obviously, with my sports background, it's something that I will be trying to promote in the next couple of years, Hannah, particularly with the wellbeing agenda being a major priority for education. It's perhaps a conversation that we can take offline, and certainly I'll be talking to members in the next month when I come up to Caithness on my regular visits to just look at the whole school estate programme and any sort of priorities that we feel are necessary in order to improve outcomes for our young people. So certainly it will be on our agenda, but thank you for bringing that to the forefront today.
Thanks very much. Carl, your hand's still up. Did you want to come back on any of that?
Sorry, I didn't realise it was still up. Look, it's response. It's reassuring to hear. I really do think that there are opportunities to mitigate some of the problems that we've got, particularly play and sports and recreation in the community. I think we can do it in collaboration with other organisations. So it would be good if we can just bear that in mind, Nikki, when we do have a discussion. I appreciate the points you make and look forward to having a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Donny Mackay and then Councillor Rees.
Nikki, it's related to the sports ground at Thursday. I know it's very wet. Are there no money in this various sport at the moment to give money to the sport for Thursday? Because what Hannah was saying, the kids can't use it. And surely there must be some way that can be overcome here.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. I don't know if he wants to pick that up.
I think, obviously, Chair, we've had a previous discussion around about it with the Eco for infrastructure, and I think we probably need to follow that conversation up. I know that Sport Scotland have been, working on various capital programmes. They're really, really keen to come to the Highlands, and I think we need to pick that conversation up just to see where we're at. I think that would be an action for ourselves as a team.
Thanks, Nikki. I think it's worth probably recording it in the minutes as an action, and for members, particularly Ward 2, but also across the piece to, we've got the Caithness Cares programme ongoing as well, looking at youth and recreation. So I think it's one for us all to try to move forward at pace if we can.
Could it just be recorded also? Carl's also point about the disabled access. I maybe came across a little bit flippantly. Obviously, I'm very keen for the disabled access, the lifts in the school, to be the situation to be improved. What we've done is a bit of a stopgap. It makes much more of the school accessible, but there's still parts of the school that are not accessible for wheelchair users.
Absolutely, Hannah, and you did bring it up 2 years ago. So I think it's really important that we come to some kind of we need to develop it and move it forward as much as we can. So happy to take that as an action.
Thanks.
Councillor Rees.
Very briefly, Chair, thank you for letting me back in. It's really to also reinforce what Carl was saying, and I suppose it's a slightly unfair question for you, Nikki, but with your sports background and heritage, and also being our eco and also your education role, can you give me even the slightest idea what kind of money are we looking at for the sort of facility that we've just been discussing? I know it in the most broad of terms, just wondered.
Matthew, I would probably need to take that offline with you because I don't have the figure at hand, and obviously, we've had initial conversations and we'll need to pick that up with the Eco for infrastructure. But as soon as I have that information, then obviously, I'll talk to members about it and how we can proceed and how we can work together in order to make Caithness a priority.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the description that the Chair gave of what's happening over in Wick has kind of just spurred me on even more to try and get something for this side of the county. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, I'm still having problems with the hands, but so shout if there's any other hands up. But I think we've had a good discussion of the Thurso ESG. So we were asked to scrutinise and note the contents of the report. Are we all happy to move on? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Hannah. Hopefully, if we see you in 2 more years, we'll have progress to discuss.
Hope you get your left, Hannah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Item 9 is ASN provision in Caithness. I'm not sure if it's Alison or Nikki. Alison.
It's me, but Nikki's there too. So I've actually got a PowerPoint to see if I can get this. Oh, I can't share. It says only meeting organisers and presenters can share. So Okay, so I'll just talk through it. You received the report, and what I wanted to do is, to begin with, when I'm talking today, I want to show that the provision of additional support needs in Caithness is intrinsically connected to the processes and procedures in Highland, which run parallel to what's happening in Scotland wide. The Scottish context, there's been a review of the additional support for. It was announced by John Swinney in January 2019, and Angela Morgan was appointed as the independent chair of the review in December 2019. The remit of the review was to consider the implementation of additional support for learning legislation, and specifically how additional support for learning works in practice, where children and young people learn, the quality of learning support, different approaches to planning assessment to meet needs, and the roles and responsibilities of the support staff. So that's the Scottish context. When we then come into the Highland context, we can see there's a parallel there. So in parallel, Highland Council's Additional Support for Learning Transformation project looks at how we can record data, how we involve children and young people, how we continually review the needs of pupils, how we ensure quality of provision through training, sharing good practice, and having clear roles and responsibilities for support staff.
Alison, sorry to interrupt you, but Alex is saying that you're now a presenter, so if it helps you, you're very welcome to put the PowerPoint up. It's up to yourself.
I'll maybe try, give it a go.
Putting you on the spot now.
No, wait, let's see that I'm hopeless with these things as well.
Alison, is it worth you maybe sharing with Alex? Is Alex a presenter?
Alison's a presenter now too, so she should be able to share it.
See if this is working.
There you go.
Have you got it?
Like a pro, Alison.
Okay, I even got the Caithness flag in there.
Excellent.
Okay, so I've talked about the Scottish context there, and the Highland context, and the fact that you know, it mirrors what's happening there. So I'll just leave that for a wee minute. It's what's in the report that you received anyway, but these are just highlighted points within it. So this is where we are at the moment. So we're moving in Highland to where allocation of additional support resources are decided in the areas, in the ASGs. This allows empowerment of head teachers. They can work together collaboratively to make the best decisions on where resources should be used. So it's not just one school, they're looking together and they can think creatively about how they might do that. And the authority has set out a clear timetable on these processes and procedures. So, Caithness, that's exactly what's happening here. So in Caithness, we are implementing these procedures and processes. And this slide gives information on the different provisions we have in Caithness. Over Highland, we have a variety of different provisions, whether it's a special school or enhanced provision. You can see there we've got Airport House in Wick. You're all very aware of these. There's the primary enhanced provision at Mount Pleasant and Newton Park for complex and severe needs. There's secondary enhanced provision at both of the high school, and we've got Scope Miller and Scope Noss for pupils who have neurodevelopmental difficulties such as autism. This slide here shows the levels of need in Caithness, and you'll see here we've got the levels 3 and level 4 for third. So the report you had for the whole of North, but I've just taken out for Caithness here. So in something that's quite interesting there is level 3 and level 4 reducing, and why might that be in 2021 to 21-22 in the Thurso ASG? And when our ASN manager in particular has had a look at that, what he's finding is that it's actually the upskilling of a lot of head teachers and staff They're looking at children, they're understanding what their needs are and how they can support these needs. And you know, if you're a child, you've got level 4 against your name, that doesn't mean to say that should stay like that forever. And so interventions are put in place, and these interventions work, and there is therefore a reduction in the level. There have been 1 or 2 children who have, and young people who have left. Hannah earlier on explained about a few children who had special educational needs last year who have left. So that's where these numbers come as well. But it's very much also down to the moderation and the improvement in a moderation across the AST. So this one here, this is telling you about the staff, and Roger, our additional support for learning manager, he's given a budget which he uses to employ support staff. As I was saying, across Highland, we've got the ASG model on how these staff are deployed, but we did do this last year as well. So it's where head teachers work together and decide where is the best place to deploy these staff. We've had a number of challenges in the area. In particular, it's not really a challenge, I suppose, that the fact that there have to be savings. There's in support for learning, and these savings are coming with the reduction in the number of support teachers or PSAs. But actually, it's more about being aware of how we do support these children and using the resource that we have. So it's getting that over to head teachers and other staff, because obviously if you've been used to one thing and then it changes, that can be difficult. Also in the Thurso area in particular, we had some issues with recruiting staff. There were 2.4, I think it was, about 3 posts that we needed to recruit to, and it was difficult to fill these posts. On the other hand, that can be also mitigated in a way that when we're reducing staff now, then that will be easier to do. We won't be able to, you know, we'll have staff who have been supplied, so it'll be easier to actually reduce the numbers that we have. Also, staff development, very important. The Highland Council has started implementing the 9-step process, and an aspect of this work is developing the skills and knowledge of all staff within schools, as well as specialist ASN staff. So this should enable all staff to support young people with additional needs more effectively and efficiently. Historically, the deployment of staff to different schools within the ASG, staff have been reluctant to move from one school to another. We're improving our communication with staff and their understanding that they are employed to the area. So we'll be continuing to support transition through clarity that they are employed to the area ASL team and not to individual schools. And when staff are required to move to another school, induction visits will be arranged. So that's really what I've got there. Something that I forgot to mention was the fact that you'll notice a change in language there. Before we had additional support needs. We're moving to support for learning now. It's really just working with words, but it's a much more positive way of looking at it, as what we're wanting is we want all children and young people to get the support they need to reach their full learning potential. And so therefore supporting for learning is seen as a better way of noting that. So that's what I've got there, if there's any questions.
Thanks very much, Alice. I'm not showing any hands up. Maybe Alex can let me know if anyone has their hand up. I'm seeing Councillor Mackay now.
Councillor Donny Mackay.
Yeah, got that now. Thank you. Councillor Donny Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. Alison, You know, support needs, like for Mount Pleasant School. I hope you're not taking any teachers away from that, because that kids need support. And we had this problem before over there.
Yeah, they've got a nurture base at Mount Pleasant and it works very well, yes. What Suzanne does there is she uses the staff that she has, so it's working within the resource we have as creatively and best as we can. So that's exactly what Suzanne does at the moment. So she, as we move forward, we've got a meeting coming up in May with Roger and Gail, who are the ASN manager and officer, and they'll work with the teachers in the, well, that would be the Thurso ASG, and they'll work together to say, well, this is the resource we have, how can we best use this? And it might be, for instance, with Suzanne's nurture base, where other children from other schools will actually make use of that as well.
That's fine, because we had this problem before in Thurso and we don't want it again. You know, what you said, a lot of parents is right annoyed that you're going to take your kids from Thurso to Wick, and that's not on as far as I'm concerned.
It's trying to do the best we can for the individuals, and
Yeah.
and working together to do that, and using the resource we have for that.
As long as you leave it as it is, it's fine.
Well, I'm not sure if that's what will happen, but yeah.
You'll have a fight your hands. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Donny. Just picking up on Councillor Mackay's question there, Alison, is the situation as Donny's describing it, if there is less requirement at Mount Pleasant, is it the case that the staff that are there to support those children would then be deployed within the Thurso ASG, but keeping the overall staffing? I'm just looking to get clarity on that. I'm not fully understanding.
Yes, that could be the case. I mean, it will need to wait until we go to the meeting, but what the ASN manager does is he looks at the need within each school. The schools, the head teachers send that to him, and then he shares as equitably as possible the resource that we have. But that's why this is, I personally think it's a really good way forward, moving as an ASG, because we can then think creatively about how we use these resources. So for instance, Suzanne has a nurture base there in Mount Pleasant. The room is set up. It could be used by other people. So it's a case of the ASG would maybe think together, how can we, you know, we have a number of children who would benefit from this, how can we move forward with it? And they may decide together that they will have different children who will use it from maybe Miller or whatever as well. Is that okay, Nicola?
Yeah, just a couple of points from myself that you picked up on in the presentation there. The first was this idea of the ASL staff being attached to the ESG as opposed to the individual school, and you mentioned that you need to support teachers in that because there's some reluctance to travel within the ESG, and I do remember that that's been a problem in the past in terms of recruitment, because Caithness does have a wide geography. There are some teachers who don't feel it's not attractive to them to be flitting about. You know, there can be miles within the schools, so that's been a problem in the past. And it's just whether it's how you try to get around that and offer that reassurance so it doesn't become a recruitment challenge, because I know that it is an issue for some schools up here. And also a question from your presentation, you noted that there's a reduction in level 3 and level 4 needs in the Thurso ASG, but excuse me, I think the Wick one didn't show the same reduction, and I wondered if there's any comments around that.
Yes, as far as reduction level 3, level 4, these are the numbers that the ASN manager has given, and that'll be, you know, I think as we're moving forward, and over the last number of years, the moderation in Wick and Thurso has been much clearer. People have worked together. The head teachers and staff are more aware of what the levels are. So I think they'll just be realistic numbers that we have there in Wick. Sorry, I've forgotten the staffing and moving staff. I think sometimes that's also been, it's just been historical that we've never moved staff, so that actually our communication needs to become better as well. The roles and responsibilities of support staff, those who are in these positions, need to be really clear about what their positions and their roles and responsibilities are, and we need to support them if we need to move them anywhere. Staffing are very careful to make sure that they move people to places that are close by. They wouldn't expect them to travel too far. I see Nikki's got her hand up there, Nicola.
Yeah, thanks. Alex has let me know, so I'll bring in Nikki, and then I think Councillor Rosie's got his hands up too. So Nikki.
Thanks, Alison. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate, in terms of the model that's moving forwards, the model was actually, it was 2018 that it had come into play, and we're just now at the point where all of the areas across the Highland Council will be, looking to roll out the model. What I'm looking to do over the next year is to find out where the good practice is. So, Councillor Mackay has just spoken about Mount Pleasant. So those are the types of schools and areas that we need to be presenting to other areas to show good practice in terms of ASL. ASL for me, it's not just a journey through the primary school or the secondary school. What it has to be is it has to be as soon as that young person enters ELC, all the way through primary, all the way through secondary, and then also we've got a duty of care for that positive destination. So by putting ASL into the ASG, we can have a better understanding of that young person's needs, but also we can have a better understanding, we can have a better understanding of what the resource will look like, so that we're not just putting a resource in year by year, but we're thinking about that longer term for that young person. So that's the reason why I do think that the model is going to be successful. I completely agree with you in terms of the geography of Caithness and having to potentially maybe move some of our staff. So therefore we will have to have careful conversations around about that. We have to meet the needs of our staff, but equally so we need to meet the needs of our young people. I do think with careful conversations and careful planning, communication, that that will be a success. One of the great things about the 9-point ASL plan that we spoke about at February committee is that we're committed to supporting all of our staff and include our PSAs within that too, in terms of that leadership journey. So there will be opportunities for leadership, there's opportunities to upskill, and there's opportunities potentially as well to move into other areas. So I think that's a really exciting part of that whole ASL journey. Go back to what you said around the THRSO and the WIC and the moderation of levels. Again, that was part of the 9 points that we put in at the February committee. What I am committed to is having data, but we need to have the right data, and also we need to get underneath the data and understand what that looks like for each of our young people. The young people of the Highlands are not just a number. We need to find out the background story. We need to think about what support we can get to them, and that's why I've deployed officers to have those conversations with our head teachers, to ensure that the levels of 1, 2, 3 and 4, they're properly moderated and we get the right support to our young people. So those are just a couple of comments based on the questions that we've had. It's an exciting opportunity for us. The 9 points will take probably the next 2 to 3 years to have a real impact on our system. In 2 to 3 years time, I want to come back to talk about the good practice within Caithness. So that's one of the things, that's one of your challenges, Alison, as area manager. I do want to come back and talk about the good practice.
Okay, thanks, Nikki. Councillor Rosie.
No, thanks, Nicola, but I'm fine. Nikki and Alison subsequently covered the points I was going to touch. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. I think I would just flag up, and I've said it before in the chamber, I think the only thing that gives me anxiety with this model is relying heavily on the data, and we've seen before how important it is to get the data absolutely right. So it's a very, very difficult topic, and it needs to be done extremely carefully and with sensitivity to each local area, which will vary greatly across Highland, but I know it's in safe hands with yourselves, so look forward to hearing more on the progress. I don't have any more hands up on my screen. So members, we were invited to scrutinise and note the contents of the report. Are we happy to move on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Which I think takes us to item 10, which is a road structural maintenance report. And do we have Josie?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are we all? Right. You're doing all right. Okay, you've had the report, and I hope you've all had the amended Appendix 1 that was reviewed just recently. I'll start with going over a little bit of the background in the report. Back on the 4th of February, the Economy and Infrastructure Committee met and approved the roads budget distribution for and normally that's the normal spend, but this time it included the additional 20 million that had been raised, proposed spend. COVID had knocked out that how was done, so it was reviewed and it's been agreed that we spend 10 million this year on roads and 10 million next year. And that's in addition to what our normal funding would be. So it's been divvied up across all the areas, and the result is that the Caithness capital allocation comes to 1.2 million. This is double what we would normally get in Caithness for surfacing and surface dressing the capital works. So that's our bit to spend. But as part of that 10 million, there's also a 3.7 million amount that has been kept aside for strategic works. So they're looking at council-wide to look at doing larger sections of road or repairs that the area budgets couldn't support. You know, so it might be a £2.5 million job or something like this. That is going to the next E&I committee on the 5th of May. And I believe there are 3 schemes in there, one of which might be of interest to the Caithness area. I haven't seen the report, so I can't really comment, but I've just been told that there's possibly a scheme in there. So there might be more money for Caithness in addition to the capital money. So we have 1.2 million to spend. I've supplied you with a prioritised list of the roads that we've managed to assess and put into order. And we've given an estimate of what we think these works will cost, just to give you a ballpark idea of how far your money will go. What I will say, and it was something that I picked up on the other day, just to put this into context, we've 761.9 kilometres of adopted road in Caithness. That's what our budget has to look after. The length of works identified on that list, which is about 150 jobs, is 104 kilometres, which amount to just over 13% of your road network. Which, I mean, and it's first that's a small amount, but it also means that, you know, there's an awful lot of network. We are, with our resources, you know, we get to once a year. And as you know yourselves, the deterioration in February and March was accelerated following the bad weather. So to get round everywhere and assess it is challenging. So just to give you an idea, that's what we're looking at. We've provided you a list which constitutes 13% of your network. On that list, I've highlighted in the new revised list two colours. The red is one section of type of work and the green is other. If you add that together, you take into account that the works we're unable to do will constitute 4% of your road network. It's a scarily small amount of road network that our 1.2 million will get round. But it gives you an idea of the scale of the challenges we're facing. So on that, I will get onto the list of works and go through what we've done. At the top of the list, there are 3 schemes which we managed to get completed before the end of April. Before the end of March in the last financial year. So they've dropped off the top. There are works we'd identified previously, so they don't form part of this 1.2 million spend now. They've dropped off. We can look at further ones. So the top pink ones constitute overlay inlay, which is in layman's terms putting black tar on the road. Some of it is a full width, which we may have seen out at Watton, full width of the road. Sometimes it's the edge strengthening, which is just when you see a sort of 2-3 foot wide section up the edge of the road. So when you're looking at the costs and the road width that's going on, that it's dictating what kind of works we're doing. The other thing that's in there is, you'll see the difference is overlay and inlay. An inlay is where we plane out the material, and that's sometimes where there's curbs, because if you keep putting layers of tar one on top of the other, you'll end up with no curb height and you have drainage issues. So where we can just overlay straightforward with tar, that's an overlay, whereas an inlay we need to plane out. And there's a couple of ones you'll note are called a screed, which is where we put a thinner layer on just to seal over everything and cover that, and that's again a way of best value for you. The green sections are roads that are down for surface dressing, which is the surface and the spray and chip. What I would caveat it and say that all these will need to go out and be tested. We have to do various procedures in the background for surveying, and sometimes it throws up that this road isn't fit for surface dressing. At that point we will review the list and we would look to go to the next scheme on the job. But that's the reason I give you such a big long list, Cole. And so if one isn't fit for one thing, we'll just drop down onto the next priority that you've had a chance to look at and review. So at the moment, we've, I'll be brutally honest, we've already done a couple of the top pink ones, where Old Hall to West Watton and Hagar to St John's Loch. They're actually happening as we speak. I'm sure you're all aware of how bad the roads are, and I think, honestly, I couldn't sit back and wait until we'd approved this. I know we've discussed it in the background and you're all in agreement that the work needs to be done, so we've just gone ahead and done it. My proposal is not to keep going doing the surfacing. The green section is surface dressing, and that's a very weather timeline critical piece of work. It is scheduled to happen at the beginning of June. The plant is very specialised and we share it with other areas, so we are programmed to have it for a 3-week window. And so that will dictate the length of that programme. So the money that doesn't go on the surface dressing goes back to looking at the surfacing works that we're doing there. And because of the timing of that, we will stop doing the capital surfacing that we're doing at the moment. We will start programming surface dressing. I mean, in all fairness, the guys have hit the ground running. They could do with, you know, they're going to have to schedule in holidays and breaks after winter. So we are looking at having a gap from doing the capital works, sort of April, May, get back to doing the surface dressing June time, then have another break from the capital works and programme again for towards the end of the summer. I mean, the other consideration is the minimum disruption to the volume of traffic, which also has an impact on our guys working on the road. So we're looking to do it in stages, but ideally have the bulk of it done before we go into the winter period again. So I'm open to questions.
Thanks very much for that, Josie. I think that 4% figure that you highlighted there was quite sobering. We all know how our money doesn't go far enough, but that is really quite an attention-grabbing.
Yeah, what I would say, that is particular to Caithness. If I ran those numbers for Sutherland, as you can appreciate, completely different county, sure, completely different stretch. So that those figures are that's the Caithness figures. You know, you look in another area, it might be a different percentage, but yeah, I just thought it would be interesting to appreciate. I mean, 1.2 million is a huge amount of money. It's double what we would have had, you know, in previous years. So I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth, if you like, but it was just to impress upon you, you know, it's a mountain we're trying to climb up here.
Thanks, Josie. I'm still having problems with the hands, but I've got Councillor Donny Mackay.
That's fine, you're doing the roads. What about the potholes? The one at Dunbar Hospital, especially, you've got to go to the opposite side of the road to get through. It's going to be a crash afore, and yet a roadman pass that every morning to go to their work and home at night.
Well, I'll take that back again, and we'll get it addressed as an urgent matter. I mean, we are limited with the staff we're doing, and they have been focusing on the capital works, but I will bring that up and I will get that one dealt with as soon as possible.
Thank you, Josie. I have Councillor Bremner, then Councillor Rees. Councillor Bremner. You're on mute, Raymond.
The way everybody likes me. This isn't stop laughing as much like that, Councillor Mackie. This is just a question. It's not a contribution to the debate as such at the moment, Chair. If you forgive me, you did ask, or Josie did ask questions. My question, Josie, is the monies that was talked about. I have a funny feeling I know the answer, but I'd like it to be in the public domain. At the E&I committee on the 4th of February, there was a clear indication for councillors who are willing to have their ears open and their eyes open and read the information that's in front of them to understand exactly what's going on in the Highland Council area and how that money is going to be divvied up. You were mentioning about a certain amount of money which over and above the normal capital spend that we will see in the listing you've given us there just now. I think it's very important. There is a spend over and above that 1.2 million that has been looked at, because if a certain scheme was to be done, it would wipe out a fair amount of the capital programme that we've got for Caithness. Can I just get you to confirm that there is a pot of money over and above the 1.2 million, of which Caithness could also get a benefit from, which will be coming in a paper to the next E&I committee, and that amount isn't actually in the public domain yet, nor the where that money will be spent, but it is likely. You were alluding to one of the areas being Caithness that will get a benefit from that, and that's over the 1.2 million that we've got in the capital spend. We just make sure that we've absolutely got that clear.
Yes, I mean, it was reported at that February the 4th committee, the papers were there, and I think I've got a link in my report to that committee report. But of the 10 million that has been allocated for this year, there's 3.7 for strategic assets and structural maintenance, and that is where corporately they'll overlook at the whole of the Highland Council network, and we have it surveyed to look at the road condition, and from that, I think that's my understanding, is that'll dictate which schemes are getting done. So that's that 3.7 million. That's this year and next year that money's there. There's the area structural maintenance element, which is the 3.6 million, which is what's been divvied up to the areas, and that's what's doubled our capital in Caithness. There's the, which I haven't mentioned, but I did mention in the report, is the £100,000 per ward that is for the members to consider. Can look at your list of, we've discussed it. £500,000 has been put aside for specialised vehicles and plant to review our fleet, and then there's 100 million that's going towards active travel as part of that. That's all detailed in that report from the 4th of February. So the committee I referred to that's in May is the 3.7, which is the strategic and structural maintenance. Now, if I'm right, some of that there's the STTS money that's put aside as part of that as well. So the council have bid into the Strategic Timber Transport Fund, which is that's how we get our funding for timber. At the roads that the timber transport traffic go on. And there's a pot of money in central government. We put forward schemes each year. It's an annual thing, but a lot of the times the council match funds. Sometimes the timber industry bid in. Highland have been really successful in the past. There were schemes in Caithness. Brewster Bilster section was the most recent one out there, and I think there's some more going forward. So that's all part of this additional money. But of the 3.7, I've just had it confirmed that there will be some schemes in Caithness on that section. You know, when the papers come out, it may be a bit clearer.
Thank you for that.
So is that clear, Raymond? There.
Thank you, Josie. Councillor Rees. Councillor Rees, are you hearing us?
Yes. Thanks, Chair. Yeah. Sorry, just to clarify, first of all, Chair, something that Raymond said, is this the point simply for questions for Josie, or for sort of a bit more than that? Because my kind of feeling is, for us, the public concern, this is probably the number one issue that's on most people's minds. I have 2 or 3 short, detailed questions for starters, if it's okay to go ahead with those.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Morning, Josie. Thank you for the work you've put in, and an almost impossible task. You certainly have my sort of personal full support in the work you're trying to do. I wanted to ask you, firstly, in section 3.3 of the report is correct to highlight. If I can translate this into plain English, section 3.3 is basically saying that if you live out of town but in a slightly more populated area with more traffic, that road is more likely to get repaired than a road in the same condition that is in a more remote area where there are less people living. There's obviously a sort of moral thing about how you decide which roads get done, but I'm very pleased the report has explained this, but I don't think it's really in plain English for members of the public. I just wanted to clarify that the way a road is scored is not purely on the condition, either priority 1, 2, or 3, but also that the number of people who live in that area has an effect on where the road is graded. That's my first question, just to confirm. The second one is a simple one. At the moment, overtime is not permitted. Obviously, there is a limit to how many hours the men can work on the roads. I mean, it's very, very hard, hot, backbreaking work a lot of the time in the summer months. If there was overtime available, would that be any help? It's just a sort of simple yes or no answer probably for that one. The third one is the most difficult one, but I just really wanted to ask you, if we continue at the present rate and we look ahead 1 year to this time next year, assuming we have basically an average winter, what's your professional judgment on where the roads will be compared to where they are now? Those are my 3 sort of short questions, please. Thanks, Chair, for your forbearance.
Okay, I will answer the easiest one first, and it's good news on the overtime front. Just yesterday, we were given the permission clearance to factor in overtime working for staff for capital works. So that's good news all round on that one. Rural roads, urban roads usage. Our roads are classed under a roads hierarchy. It's I think it's on the website, certainly within the roads guidance. And so you look at the road, you look at its function, where it's going from to its strategic importance. So that's a factor in the importance, the significance of roads. You know, the road between Wick and Thurso is a serious one. It's got a lot of commuters, that kind of thing. So there is a bearance on when we are looking at roads and when we are assessing them of where is best placed to spend all our money. You know, unfortunately there are a lot of rural roads serving smaller communities across Caithness and Sutherland that you have to look at, review and assess, you know, is that best value for the whole of the county at this time. And you know, as you say, there isn't enough money to go round everywhere. So there's a call to be made, an engineering judgment and assessment made on where it is. And sometimes you can have a single track road serving 4 houses that's on gravel and it holds up remarkably well. The next one's on peat and it just doesn't survive in the same way. And that's where engineering judgment comes in. But we also do look at the hierarchy. I mean, and there's the hierarchy is put in place and it's reviewed, and we look at there's criteria describing what roads function is and where it sits on the hierarchy, which helps us when we're looking at that decision of what we do and where we do it and why we do it on that. So yes, that is in there, but it's not sort of it's not us picking at straws and saying I fancy my neighbour's house as opposed to the one on the other side of the county. There's a roads hierarchy that gives us guidance on that, helps us with that decision. And your last question, roads in a year's time. Oh, $1 million question. In my professional view, a lot of our roads are 20, 30 years old, and the bitumen that's in them holding them together is tired. And so it doesn't have much resilience in it when we have, and it doesn't need to be frost, heavy rain, can break up and accelerate a breakup. I think there isn't a lot of work to do, and I think the money we've got will go some way to it, but it would take one weather event for the goalposts to be moved even further from us. It is quite frightening. You could have something where there's all of a sudden there's a development and there's a load of heavy goods lorries coming out of a quarry, and a road that we would look at and expect to last another 2 or 3 years might disintegrate within a few months because of this additional traffic that we couldn't have foreseen. So it's $1 million question. I do think that the 4% is an indication of where we are and what potentially we're facing on that one. I think an awful lot of investment is needed in roads. I think they were built such a long time ago and they've not been refreshed. So we're chasing our tail. I liken it to windows in a house. You can replace your windows or you can keep painting them, but at some point you will need to replace them. And I think our roads are getting to the point where painting them is just doing us a no good, and something to knock us sideways is enough just to put them beyond our reach sometimes. I don't know if that's the answer you want.
No, Josie, thank you for your absolute honesty. It's very, very commendable. And I know it was a very awkward question, but we absolutely have to face up to this, and no pun intended, but it's more than $1 million question. It's probably $10 million actually. So thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for allowing me to, I'll come back in later because I just think this is so important, but thanks for the answers, Josie.
Okay, thank you both. I'll go to Councillor Willie Mackay.
Thank you, Matthew. Certainly $1 million question indeed. Yeah, I'll always defend our roads team. I don't want to repeat what I've been saying already, but maybe I should say a few things. I've attended the monthly roads meetings, which Raymond set up 3 years ago, and they've been absolutely fantastic for me, learning the depth and knowledge about the roads and what's required. And I'll defend the roads team in any town or village in this county. Anybody wants to down the roads team, I'll be right there, because I know so much as what's happening. But the one thing, Josie, I will never use bad weather. In 51 years, there's only been one really bad year in Caithness where I would say the roads were affected. Yet year after year, we get kept with bad winter. Winters have been relatively mild winters over the last few years. We only had one in the last 51 years where the world record was -27 in Altahara. That was a bad year. We do not see years like that. However, similar comments from myself, which I've been saying, the problem is the roads are deteriorating fast. And I've always said, potholes breed potholes. And my real worry, just like Josie and Matthew, is will we ever catch up? I appreciate the priority, Josie, that you've done. I'm calling you Josie. I know you've got John on the screen. But John, I appreciate the priority you've done. It's the only way forward. And I'll defend that in any corner of this county. So Raymond will understand what I say. He's a great Robbie Burns fan like myself. And Raymond, remember the mouse that Robbie Byrne turned up in the field? The quotation was, "Forward though I cast my I guess and fear." But I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All I would say is, yeah, we haven't had prolonged bad weather, but what we do have is a freeze-thaw cycle, and that's what plays havoc on our roads. And as I said, the resilience has gone out. The freeze-thaw has happened too many times, too many cycles. Just takes that one extra little hit, and that's something that's gone. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie.
Thanks, Nicola. I'm conscious that we're probably moving on to have a debate, but just on response, Josie, about overtime. I'm conscious that public are keen to understand what the challenges are here, but it's maybe worth just giving a wee explanation on. It's not quite as simple as just paying people overtime. I think that relates to challenges in the supply chain. Maybe worth just articulating it a wee bit more, how you need to structure your day differently overtime and what the benefits are.
Yeah, I mean, overtime will give us longer working days and the ability to deliver that. That is part of our challenge. I mean, we do have to, and what I would say, and I maybe didn't say at the start, is that my intention is to deliver everything in-house, not go to external contractors. So that means utilising the men that we have with the skills we have and the plant that we have. Because of previous years, the plant has changed in this, so we are struggling with doing that, but it enables us to have more trips to the quarry. Instead of the lorries taking one trip, we can maybe get 2 out, so we can get a higher tonnage over the course of the day. Is that the sort of thing you're looking at, Carl? That kind of yeah, it does allow us to be more productive in the course of a day. One of the challenges is if we're not working with overtime, you have a finite day, and you're sitting there looking at this job, and it could have been 2 lorry loads of tar and you would have been finished and you walked away. As it was, you have to mobilise back there the next day to then go on to the next job, and you've lost effectively a day. So it does allow us to be more efficient and more productive. And factor that in. I mean, I would say that the caveat is we don't go absolutely daft running away with it and with the overtime, but also the men, they've had a challenging year with COVID. A lot of them haven't taken their holidays, and a lot of them are mindful of their duty. Their duty to keep the roads safe. So they don't take time off in the winter. They're there delivering the gritting. But then they're seeing the condition of the roads, but they're trying to put the grit out and everything. So, and then they're conscious that we are now doing surfacing. So they're putting their holidays off for us. So if we can give them a little bit more productive, shorten the programme, deliver it more efficiently, it gives them that element of they can then factor in their time off for their well-being as well as everybody else's, but enables us to get back to the revenue, the routine cyclical maintenance stuff of the drainage, the signage, and the routine potholes, because we will not fix every pothole with a capital programme, and they're not going to all of a sudden stop appearing. So that is an ongoing thing for us, in the background that we still have to maintain. So yeah, a little bit of balance, a little bit of extra productivity. That's what the overtime's allowed us to do.
Thanks, Josie. And that is really good news about the lifting of the overtime ban. It's really important. And you did stress to us that if you have an enhanced programme, you also need an enhanced workforce to deliver it. So I think that's a really good step forward. I've got Councillor Donny Mackay. Donny, I don't know if that's a legacy hand.
No, it's a new, what I'm wanting to know is, if Josie can tell me, is when will the potholes in the towns and the villages be sorted? Because I'm seeing no men in either town or village in our end. And I know you've only got about 6 men. So when is this potholes ever going to get sorted?
They are getting fixed out and about. They might, I mean, all I can do is chase up, Donny, and find out what's going on and look at the particular ones. But I can assure you that The men are out and they are working flat out on fixing
I'm not
potholes.
saying that. I'm saying the potholes. Even in Thurso, I've never seen a man fill in a pothole in Thurso.
All I can do is
Councillor
chase that.
Mackay, I'm going to step in there. I don't think that's a fair comment to make. Your roads teams are working really hard. We're here to
I'd
discuss
said that,
the roads.
Chair.
Donny,
I
we're
did
discussing the
say
road
that.
structural maintenance programme. It's a capital programme. It's a resurfacing. The
Our
revenue
roads-
budget continues, but I don't think that's
Our
a fair
roads in the
subject to speak
town,
to those.
the
A
potholes
point
in
of
the
order,
town.
Chair. A point of order.
Yes.
Can we have one speaker? You are the chair. Can we have one speaker? I can't hear everybody at the same time.
Yeah, Councillor Mackay, I understand the point that you're making, but that is the day-to-day revenue budget. We're here to discuss the capital budget, and I don't think it's fair to say that there's been nobody out fixing potholes. We know the teams are working really hard.
I never said that. What I said, I'm not seeing the potholes done in the villages or the towns. And there's some holes in the town.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackay. That point is noted. Okay, I don't have any other hands up. Sorry, Councillor Rosie.
Yeah, maybe again useful if Josie can touch on capital and revenue budgets. I know when I've looked at a report, sometimes it's a wee bit confusing, Josie, how revenue slips into capital. But look, there's no doubt we need to ensure that we give a public an understanding, and it's useful for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. If you go back to the report submitted, 4.2 touches on the revenue budget for Caithness, and as it says in there, this is to cover the established labour workforce. The plant we have, that's the lorries that double as gritters, the white lining, the hot box, all the specialist plant that we have based in Caithness. And then the materials we need to do the work, so pipes for drainage, as well as potholes, signage, white lining, anything we need to buy to deliver that element. That's the revenue work. This is our routine day-to-day cyclical maintenance to maintain the road network we have. That budget, as reported, sits at just over, it's 1.268 million. That's to, we've got the 2 depots in a workforce of 19 roads operatives, a foreman and an assistant foreman. So that's what they have to do on a day-to-day basis. Their bread and butter of going out and dealing with all that kind of work. That budget is also there to fund winter. So it pays for all the salt that goes on the ground, the grit bins that get filled, the grit bins, and those men are delivering that service as well as the roads maintenance. So yes, it's a lot of potholes. There's a lot of drainage works going with it. They're the same guys that are doing that. So, we don't have multiple, they're multi-skilled, these guys delivering that kind of work. So as you can appreciate, last year when we were restricted on the activities, there was a lot of revenue work, a lot of little jobs here and there being picked up, and probably things that people had been asking for a couple of years we'd managed to get to. So on top of that, we then have to factor in this 1.2 million capital spend, which is the big jobs. Now, some other areas have looked at getting a contractor in to deliver that. We are lucky in Caithness. We have the skill set. We've got guys that can work the tar machine, can work the rollers. So we are very keen to keep that work in-house. But it means that the bulk of the squad are delivering that work as opposed to the cyclical stuff. So it is about managing that workload, but there are these 2 very clear different bodies of work we do. There's the routine day-to-day. So if we didn't have any capital money, we would still be out there doing the work, but it's the lower level, the routine everyday stuff. So the capital is for the bigger schemes, like getting out, putting huge big long stretches of tar out on roads and giving it a good long running surface of new road, that kind of thing. That's the simple breakdown of the difference between the 2 budgets.
Thanks for that, Josie. And I wonder if you might also want to touch on the investment we made in the hot box and the importance of understanding the difference between these temporary repairs that are made and why sometimes they're necessary to be made in advance of a longer term fix through the capital budget, just for the benefit of people who might be watching this later.
Yeah, so a few years ago, I think there was a request for a hot box. It can hold about 12 tonne of hot tar. And you might say, why do I need a hot box in Caithness? We've got a tar plant. But the tar plant isn't open every day, and they have a minimum order requirement. So we can't just drop in and have a tonne here and a tonne there to do hot pothole patching repairs. So that was the logic behind having this piece of kit that would keep hot tar hot for us. It finally arrived. COVID stepped in and caused issues with delivery, so it's finally arrived, and we're just, we're getting used to it and working with it. But it allows us to do a permanent hot tar repair first time round. Now, as you can appreciate, it can't be everywhere in the county, and so we do have the option, and it's something that every area works. It's delayed set or cold tar, and it's stuff, and it's generally something we can use in the winter because the guys don't have the time to mobilize to do a hot tar patch. The temperatures aren't always suitable. If it's below, I think, is it 3 degrees, hot tar is not, the guidance, the British Standard says you don't use it. So it's not, we can't use hot tar everywhere all the time in all conditions, and that's where cold tar comes in. So this is what's perceived as a temporary fix. And it is, it's widely used across there for us, and it helps us protect the road. Unfortunately, sometimes you get a huge amount of weather, winter, rain, that kind of thing, and it blows it straight out again. So sometimes you think we've not repaired a pothole, but we have done it temporarily. It's just before we can get back with the hot tar because of the temperature, it's come out again, and that's frustrating as much as for us as it is for the public. So the desire is to do permanent hot tar patching with our hot box. In order to do a proper job, you also need some way of removing the tar around the pothole, planing out or digging out. So we're sourcing a planer to run with that, and also then you need some way of rolling it. So we're looking at building up this kit, so we can do it a little bit more productively. I will say that as much as I would like to be able to fill that the hot box with hot tar all year round, the resources don't permit us. So it's not always going to be out there every single time there's a pothole to be fixed. There's a matter of supplying it with material, with the best will in the world. So I do have plans for it that won't lie idle. It just means it might not be 100% of the time in Caithness, because if I took every aspect of my material budget for revenue and put it into material for that hot box, we still haven't got enough for all year round. As demonstrated by even the capital money, you still wouldn't be able to source it. But yeah, it is enabling us to do more hot tar patching all year round, weather permitting, temperature permitting, than we would have done, and purely because of the supply of where the hot tar comes from and their operating times and their operating requirements.
Thanks very much for that, Josie. I've got Councillor Rees.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Josie, again for your patience. We're not roads engineers experts. You're patiently explaining to us and to the public what an incredibly difficult task you've got. My support to your colleagues as well. I think probably stepping back slightly from the detail, from the public's point of view, and this is a public committee, I think this is bigger perhaps even than when Caithness Health Action Team was set up by your good self, Chair, all those years ago. This issue is affecting pretty much everybody in the county, and I've thought about it a great deal. A few thoughts. For a long time, as long as I can remember, councils, administrations of all the political colours have, let's be blunt about this, they have reduced roads maintenance budgets as a general rule. And the reason they've done that is that it appeared easier to do that than to cut additional support needs, which we've just been discussing. And you can almost feel the temperature going up, even in this virtual environment, when additional support needs is mentioned. Or public toilets. grass cutting, winter gritting, and so on. There's a long list of things. Whereas roads maintenance, yeah, we'll just reduce it a bit this year, reduce it next year. And unfortunately, for quite a long time, you actually don't see that much difference. But now the pigeons have come home to roost big time. But the good news is that this council is putting an extra 20 million into roads. As you heard, members, we are doubling the capital. And I wonder if any other local authority in Scotland is doing that. And I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Josie, 3 years ago, I think it was, at this committee, I asked you a question and I remember your reply because it's stuck in my mind and I was worried by what you said. I asked you, where will we be in a few years if there isn't a drastic increase in funding? And your answer was that you won't remember this, Josie, probably, but your answer was that some of our remoter roads, quote, will become tracks, Let's go to the Road Scotland Act, putting my legal hat on, 1984. Local authorities, as you know, Josie, and probably we all do, have a responsibility to maintain roads. And we have more of those than any other local authority, plus the bridges, culverts, ditches, the road signs that we've mentioned already. Appendix 1, to my mind, for any members of the public who want to look at it, it sets out the problem in really blunt detail, the scale of the problem. 140 projects. Incidentally, there are 149 projects in Sutherland, I believe, and that list is rising in numbers, and not all the roads in our county are included as far as I can see. Specifically, the Westerdale to Lochmore Road and the road out to Dorrery. I may be wrong, but I couldn't see them there. So the list's going to grow. The council must legally maintain the roads. And I think I'm a fairly sort of moderate person in general, but I think that is an arithmetical impossibility. You heard the figure from Josie, 4% is going to get done this year. I'm not a particularly mathematical person, struggle with maths O level, but you don't need to be an expert. So the next question is, who else can help us do this near impossible task? There's only one organisation that can, and it's the government, obviously. And I know when the council has approached the government in the past, letters have come back, and also to the new pressure group, Caithness Roads Recovery. This is a responsibility of Highland Council. And I think, no pun intended, that is a dangerous road to go down, because the government has to look after its councils and the people, just as we do. I think the council is quite well run in general, as I would say. We've had our mantra of no compulsory redundancies for many years now, despite basically a gradual reduction in the funding that's been put into and available for roads. And once you factor in inflation, pay awards, school fires, land slips, ring fence projects, it makes the mathematical problem more and more difficult. And a child could do the maths. I do honestly think, and I kind of almost appeal to my SNP colleagues, that the government really, both morally and economically, needs to try and help us, but perhaps most of all on safety grounds. That's arguably the most important thing. I mentioned chat at the beginning of this, which was set up for one specific issue, and now we've got Caithness Roads Recovery being set up, and there are some similarities. One of the people running it, who I know, is a retired police accident investigator, and his concerns, he understands the damage that can be done to vehicles by potholes. What he's saying should not be ignored. So finally, looking to the future, and one final comment, and again, I do not have the answer because it is beyond me, but I do think some of the major engineering projects that have been carried out in the past, particularly the high voltage line that was stretched across the county from the Thurso side to Noss Head, the timber operators and some of the wind farm operators, they should be paying in some form or other, and it requires government assistance to do this. It requires a change in the laws. At the moment, the timber fund, which Josie mentioned, it pays something, but it's not a lot. The other people, especially SSE, the wind farm operators, they should be paying a fair amount, just a fair amount, towards Highland Council to maintain these roads. Actually, each of them is a lifeline. Those payments are not happening, and they need to. That is something practical that could be done. Chair, I know I've gone on for a while, but this is so important. It's affecting every single person in the county and beyond, Sutherland as well. And finally, Josie, I just want to wish you well with this huge wad of work that you've got to do, and anything we or I can do to help, I know we will all do our best to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. I'm not sure if there's specific points for Josie to take up there, but I'm noting that Councillor Rosie has his hand up, so I'll go to Councillor Rosie. More discussion after.
I don't actually have it up just now. I will come back to you though. I don't think I've got it up.
Sorry, I've got people's hands up when they're not up and not up when they are up. It's driving me insane. If you've got your hand up, shout.
I have my hand up.
Go on then, Raymond.
Sorry, my mute button is not playing ball. Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the officers for this very welcome report. Josie, I want to thank you personally, and also Jonathan Gunn. You know, we can sometimes come to these things for thanking everybody for really what they're supposed to do in their job, but you know, on particular occasions, it's particularly appreciated. What I want you to do as well, Josie, on behalf of all of us, is I'd like you to, and I know that at the monthly roads meeting, I've said this to you, but I'd like you to go back because it's on public record at this meeting here, and thank the roads teams for the work that they're doing. They act under instruction, and I've seen some of the appalling stuff that's on social media just now, and I don't care who creates it. I don't care if it's a campaign team. I don't care if it comes from officers or people involved. Sorry, not officers, but members, or the pages that they have on social media. Sometimes we can't control all the public that feed in on that. But one thing is for sure, the workers that we have who are on social media, they see it, and they have no right to reply. They have not got the ability to be able to get involved in that. So we have to do that for them. So I'd like you to go back and say to them, and I know that we've committed to this at the roads meeting as well, that we appreciate what they do, and that and if it wasn't for them, we would not be having any repairs on our roads. It is something that we want them to know that we appreciate, and that everybody and sometimes, you know, they need to be. I wouldn't like to have to be the broad-shouldered roads person that has to read some of that stuff that's out there. So please pass on our appreciation to them, because we absolutely appreciate what they're doing.
Could I ask just simply then, if you would like to do that somebody drops me an email with the form of words you want me to distribute to the men? I'm more than happy to pass on any positive comments, but I wouldn't want to put words in your mouth. So if somebody wants to drop me a line of words, I will circulate that.
Yeah, I've committed to doing that at the monthly roads meeting, and I've spoken to the chair about that as well. But as I've just said, this is a matter of public record here. So anybody watching this recording can actually know that we want that on record. So thanks for that. I'll continue with what I was going to say. So whilst we're considering this report in respect of roads infrastructure in Caithness, we can't ignore the fact that the condition of our roads infrastructure here in this county is reflected right throughout the Highlands and elsewhere in the country, and I'm sure that that's what Councillor Rees was also referring to as well. We know the problem that we've got here, but the fact that it's a problem right throughout the Highlands, any strategy that we have also reflects across the Highlands, not just in Caithness. We have challenges that have been historic, and what we have is a legacy of underspend and salami slicing or top slicing of the former community services budget and the roads budget. That has been an approach, a budget approach, endorsed by previous administrations, as Councillor Rees says, of various colours, but nevertheless, of various administrations, and I would say up until recently, whether any administration that probably some of the councillors that are around the table here have been part of and have been knowledgeable when they've cut that budget, and we're left with that legacy to fix just now. We started to try and fix that last year when we said that we were going to give the 20 million, but then COVID came along and we had no ability to be able to start that spend. Councillor Rees has admitted this, saying that pigeons have come home to roost. It's a real shame that councillors didn't realise those pigeons were going to come home to roost years ago when they were salami slicing the budget. Then we wouldn't be where we are now. You can easily salami slice year on year and then turn it on to the Scottish Government or any government of any particular colour, looking for the extra money to replace the funds the council's administrations and budget leaders have regularly salami sliced previously. The extra 20 million this year and next, increasing spending by 50% from 40 million to 60 million is hugely welcome. That shows that there's a commitment, at least with the current administration, that we need to put money back in to replace that was taken out. It's not enough, but it is going to be the start of reversing what is a ridiculous legacy that we have inherited. Those of us who have taken approach tentatively to get a better, longer lasting repair will recall when the chair of this committee and I moved that we would not endorse the capital programme for roads put in front of us 2 years ago until we provided for the repair of the Riverside car park properly, a car park that was also a ridiculous legacy of this council. That car park has now been completed after we found the money to achieve the superb finish we now have there. We need to ensure that that kind of mindset is applied to any future strategy. We were asked by roads crews members in Caithness to get a hot box. I asked the former roads manager Graham Mackenzie and the former director William Gilfillan for this, and it wasn't until that same meeting that we finally got the statement, if you want a hot box, we'll get you a hot box. It took us 2 years sourcing it from Europe and to get it, eventually from Lanarkshire up to Caithness, but it's here. Now we have the improved flexibility with that extra piece of kit. I set up the Roads Monthly meeting, as Councillor Willie Mackay was saying, highlighting lots of issues from councillors, community councils, understanding the labour resource, the impacting factors including daylight during the summer, darker hours during the evening, supporting officers and building up a good working relationship. This was to try and facilitate the reduction of administration and the frustration where we don't work as a team and pile on the individual requests to officers. For the record, Chair, I'd like to say that when it comes to, I'll be promoting that the 100,000 from each ward is blocked together as 200,000 if Ward 2 members are minded, and that 200,000 is then added to make the 1.2 million investment in capital. We've got the specialised vehicles and plant that we're needing. We need to set money aside for that. We've got the capital works workshop coming up. I've asked for our roads to be put to the redesign board so we can look at the whole strategy, the formula, the cost benefit, the long-term strategy, the sustainability of a strategy that serves rural, urban and suburban communities equally and appropriately, the whole aspect of roads, filling in ditches, ensuring off-letting is successful, the reactionary works and also the preventative works and the balance between the two, but also to get rid of this whole those who shout loudest get and those who don't. We need to look at the whole holistic programme here. Also the fact that the council's roads repair strategy is determined by the resourcing of winter gritting. Whilst that suits a labour accommodation consideration, is this the best way to look at how we facilitate an effective roads infrastructure strategy? Lastly, it's highly likely that there could be more money yet released this year. I spoke about that at the last full council meeting, about a phase 2 definitely. We know that in the form of 9.6 million we are yet to decide what finally what that's going to be spent on. There's highly likely to be a phase 3 as far as I'm concerned, and hopefully a phase 4. The redesign board can define what the best investment for any money spent on roads could actually look like. Anyone who thinks that that the problem is unique to Caithness and thinks that if this was happening outside headquarters in Inverness or outside the Parliament building in Edinburgh is wrong. You take a shortcut via Montague Road right outside Highland Council's headquarters in Inverness and you'll find out what potholes is like. You take a donder down the streets of Abbey Hill in Edinburgh, right along the Scottish Parliament where my niece has been staying during her studies. They'll see potholed states of roads. So it's not just particular to Caithness, but we need to be clever and come up with a sustainable strategy going forward. And I'm glad we have managed to increase the budget and we can continually use those opportunities to increase the budget for roads going forward. And Josie, hopefully you'll see the ability to be spending more than £1.2 million as a capital investment to the roads in Caithness, and it greatly needs it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Oh, good feedback. Thank you. I think in the interest of moving the conversation forward, I would just note really that we've come out of the back of a credit crunch followed by a recession, followed by a pandemic. That's put pressure on every government, whether it's UK government, Scottish government, local government. Everybody's felt the pinch. Everybody's made really difficult decisions, and we are unfortunately dealing with the fallout as far as our roads are concerned. So I think the important point to take away is that we are all working at a local level to maximise the amount of money that we do have available, and there is more funds coming down the line. And we have made great progress through the monthly roads meetings that Raymond set up, and by working very closely with the roads teams and relying on your expertise and your engineering assessments, which are ultimately what we have to make these decisions based on. I think we should have a conversation about the 100,000 per ward that we have to invest. I'm quite open to adding it to the overall capital programme, but I would also like to ask you, Josie, if there's another piece of equipment that you think would be helpful. We obviously did the hot box before, so is there something we could buy that would make our money go further? And I'd like to have a discussion about that. So if you could come back on that, but also I've got Councillor Willie Mackay's hand up. So Josie, one to note for later, but we'll come to Willie and then take a discussion forward. Thanks. Willie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just picking up on what Raymond said there, he touched on social media. Yeah, absolutely critical comments we get right across the board. But as Raymond said, the response is limited, because if you put a good news story down on Facebook or whatever, you get criticised for doing so. As Raymond says, we don't hear a lot of the good stories because people are frightened to get slagged off, but we have no control over that. But Raymond did touch on the pigeons coming home. Well, Raymond, I would just like to say that the pigeons coming home, they only knew what was in front of them at the time. And none of the pigeons, Raymond, that are home now and then could ever forecast a situation on roads such as we have now. Never. I'm a realist here. I'm 51 years travelling the roads in Caithness. I'm a high mileage, average 35 to 40,000 miles a year. I'm out there every day in the parish. Every winter we get told, every winter you get told when the road conditions are deteriorating to drive according to the road conditions. Okay, I'm a realist. That does not only apply in winter right now, it applies in spring, summer and autumn. Drive according to the road conditions until we get it sorted. Give us a chance to get it sorted. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Mackay. I've got Raymond. Did you want to come back in? If so, could it be brief, and let's keep the conversation moving forward. And then I've got Councillor Rees as well.
I don't have my hand up. I don't have my hand up, but I took my hand down, so I've no idea.
Sorry, Raymond. I'm hoping when we come back after lunch, I'll have hung up and reconnected to a call and my hands will be behaving again.
Sorry, no, I'm definitely, my hand's definitely not up. Sorry.
Okay, apologies. Matthew, did you have your hand up, or is my screen just tormenting me today? Councillor Rees?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me, Chair. My signal's terrible. Can you just confirm you can hear me? If not, I'll come back in again. Okay, I think you said you could hear me. Okay, I was just listening there to what other members have said, and whether or not the £100,000 is amalgamated. I'd be interested to hear. I'm unsure. It could be amalgamated. I'm pretty relaxed about it. I'd like to understand more of Raymond's. I'm sure there must be a reason behind that. The second point is, and it's really going back to the safety theme and the very difficult problem of how do you prioritise? Is it all the potholes in the towns or the higher speed roads where there's more serious problems? And for me, I think, and I just think we all have to sort of nail our colours to the mast, the roads where the speed limit is 30, you are less likely to damage your vehicle than on the speed limits where the speed limit is 60. But I do kind of wonder if something in what Councillor Donny Mackay was saying about, and I know we're discussing the capital, that extra £100,000 per ward at some point, and I personally would be steered by Josie's professional advice on this. My understanding from my former life is that, you know, the higher the speed of your vehicle when you hit a pothole, the greater the risk of suspension failure or a tyre being damaged, which may blow out at a later, 10 miles down the road or there and then. So I think that's a very important one. My final point is only slightly sort of catty, but the debate as to whether Caithness is better or worse than other areas, I'm not sure about that. But what I do know is that for many years now, Highland Council has been slipping down the local authority league table. So overall, Highland has been getting more of a problem compared to other local authorities. We've gone down a number of places. Josie will know more about this than me. But for me, the decisions on how we spend this extra bit of money, it'll be safety first, and I will be heavily influenced by what Josie's advice is. But I'm open to going with Raymond's suggestion, or otherwise I'm trying to understand the thinking behind it. I could be influenced either way. Thank you for letting me back in.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. Could we go to Josie for your thoughts on the extra money and whether I'd asked if there was equipment that you might need to purchase as well?
Yeah, what I would say, separate to the 100,000 for this, within the 10 million, there has been an allocation for £500,000 for fleet, for specialised plant and such like that. So there's a separate pot that we can bid into. I've already done that for a planer to go on a piece of kit that is shared with Sutherland that's a bit more efficient for excavating potholes and making a deeper cut. So yeah, it's something that's being looked at as a body of work with the other roads operations managers and our head of service. Because plant is so expensive for the kind of specialist work we do, it tends to be bought by the council and then shared round. An example of that is the spray injection pothole jet patcher piece of kit. That's one of the things they've bought in, and it goes round on a rota to the other areas. So that kind of stuff is what we're looking at in there. The £100,000 spend, I mean, if I'm brutally honest, if you just lump it in with the rest of the prioritised schemes, that makes my life really easy. But it's at your discretion, and my suggestion is it has to be spent on the road network. So it couldn't have gone on plant in that respect. My desire is to see it spent on the ground, some black stuff on the ground. And I'm very conscious that the prioritised list it's not a comprehensive list of the whole county. It's not presenting you with that. And there might be something that you know of that you really have a desire, a junction that could be surfaced, a sight line that could be improved upon. It could be that you know of a section of single track road where the passing places aren't up to that, or it might be a short section. You say, can we twin track it? I'm guided by you guys. What I can do is, if you come up with alternative suggestions to the prioritised list, we can cost it for you, so we can give you an indication of how far your money would go. It might be that you're saying there's a footpath somewhere I mean, some of the other areas have commented on footpaths. Historically, the footpath budget disappeared and the desire was to repair roads and potholes. So footpaths have really suffered. So it might be that there's somewhere there is you've got a footpath somewhere in your ward that you want that money spent on. The only caveat is in the report, it has to be spent on improving the road network, a structural improvement of the road network, not a routine repair of potholes. I think that's it, because it is a capital money. It's part of the capital spend. So that's my understanding. So I'm happy to take that forward with you, and or you just lump it in with the rest of the capital and we just programme another body of work. We could be quite specific and you say, well, I do want my £100 spent in this ward, so we'll have that scheme and that scheme. And I don't mind if it's scheme 139 or scheme 10 is listed on that priority thing. I'll touch
Thanks,
on...
Josie. That's really helpful. I'll go to Councillor Bremner first. Or did you want to add something, Josie?
I was just going to touch on the pothole assessment, if you like.
Okay.
What we have is we have roads inspectors who undergo training, and in accordance with the Code of Practice for Well-Maintained Highways, which is the guidance we follow, potholes are assessed on a risk-based process now, and so it sounds a bit bizarre to categorise a pothole, but they generally are categorised, and they can be an immediate repair. It could be something that you put a 7-day notice on it, a 21-day notice on it, but it's the trained roads inspectors that make that assessment of it. The challenge we have is when we get potholes reported by members of the public, and they've not been assessed, but we do try and respond to them and repair them. So, one roads inspector cannot deal with the whole county, but that's all we've got provision for. His remit is to do, what he does is road safety inspections, and this again falls under the roads hierarchy system. I think it's published on the website what the hierarchy is, and it describes it. So there's some roads that he does which are a monthly inspection. There's some that are quarterly inspections, and then the majority of the more rural single track going up, the dead end ones, if you like, they become annual inspections. And that's why sometimes, a road can have deteriorated quite significantly, but we weren't due to inspect it. For example, I had one in Sutherland, and its annual inspection wasn't due till June, but in the last few months it had really deteriorated. So we weren't aware of it purely because of the remoteness of it. So there is that as well, along with all the bit behind just the bog standard potholes that are appear. It's the process of recording them, reporting them, assessing them, which doesn't the public's response. We don't have that ability to do that and be across the board all the time with every single pothole. So sometimes it is, as stated before, it's purely a reactionary. And as you've said, Councillor Bremner said, with the reduction in funds, we have become a reactionary service rather than a proactive maintenance preventative service. And it's trying to get over that step of being purely reactionary and trying to be preventative is where the challenge is at the moment.
Thanks, Josie. Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm having problems with my mic, so apologies for that, my virtual hand. Thanks, Josie, and for kind of going over the kind of bones of the report. I'm not opposed to Councillor Bremner's suggestion, far from it. The one thing I would like to do, Raymond, if possible, is can we have a ward meeting, like a specific ward meeting on roads, and then bring it kind of back at kind of ASAP. I'm just conscious that looking through the list that I've got here, I've got my 2 screens, and there are things that I'm immediately thinking on the west side of the county that I'm not seeing, and it could be because it's been an emerging thing that's happened over the last number of months or after the winter period. My gut feelings will probably come back and agree that it's a good idea to pull the 2 together and go immediately on the priorities as we see it, but I would just like to have the opportunity to meet with Ward 2 members to discuss it if there's any issues that we see that's pertinent to our side first, and the same can be done on the east if that's amenable to everybody. But I'm conscious that we'd need to get I'd like to have Josie with a writ or an instruction kind of sooner rather than later, because it makes your life easier, and I think it's the right thing to be doing for the roads team so they understand exactly where we are as well, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, that sounds quite reasonable, Councillor Mackey. It would just be, I guess the question I've got in my head is, would we need to take that back to Area Committee to formally agree in a special meeting, or could we just agree that at Ward Business meeting afterwards once we've discussed it? I don't want to hold Josie and her team back from starting on the capital programme, so just get some clarity around that. Councillor Bremner?
Yeah, Josie's got £1 million to play with in any case, so I don't think there's any holding back. She's already told us she didn't wait for us anyway, she started spending it. So I think you've got your answer there. In terms of what Councillor Mackey was saying, yeah, Councillor Mackey actually comes along to the monthly roads meetings very often, and I'm sorry, I know that you didn't quite make the last one. It was a really good one, Struan. And that was where we were kind of talking about, you know, the 100,000 from both wards. There was a kind of consideration, you know, what we would do with it. So if there's some, because you're seeing the colour-coded listings today, we had the benefit of being able to have a look at that prior to today. So I suppose, yeah, if there's, I mean, it's a flexible listing. And if Ward 2 members thought that maybe there's something, you know, that they could have a look at, and likewise with Ward 3, I'm not so sure that we need to bring it back to an area committee meeting. I think that we could easily use the monthly roads meeting or a Ward business meeting just to have our endorsement of it there. I don't think that many of us are far from the beaten track in terms of what I've suggested or what's been suggested. The last point I wanted to make was Willie's right in terms of the pigeons coming home to roost, and about the conditions and nobody being able to actually see just exactly some of the. I mean, Wally and I have been both having to go on the Haster Road, and with it falling apart the way that it did over the winter period there just now, none of us saw that was actually going to happen as badly as that. Josie, I think your team were taken aback with the level of damage on that, and it had to go straight to the top. And that's the flexibility that we need to allow our officers to understand, that they've got, that, you know, they bring that list to us, but it's still going to be a flexible list, you know, in a couple of months' time, as Willie's saying there just now. Who knows what next road actually might fall apart, and then it immediately frog leaps the list. But yeah, no problem with what Struan is mentioning there just now. Thanks.
Okay, I think there's a reasonable consensus emerging. But Councillor Rees, yeah, I'll let you come back in.
Thank you. As you said that through gritted teeth, this will be the last time. Thank you, Nicola. It's just so important. I can't remember what Raymond said at the beginning, but whatever it was, I agreed with it. I agreed with Struan's point, I think, about a quick ward, both the wards having a meeting. I don't think it needs to go back to committee either, given the urgency. I mean, let's face it, Josie's being so urgent. She's just started, as Raymond said, Josie cracked on with the work anyway. 10 out of 10, Josie, for doing that. My worry is, I don't know if I'm kind of boring you with this, but I just think it's, you know, there are roads on that list, and I'm going to give you two of them. I mentioned them earlier, the Lochmore, Westerdale to Lochmore Road. I was told that last weekend somebody in an expensive BMW burst his sump on a pothole there. I don't know if he's claiming against the council, but if he is, that's probably going to be £5,000, and there'll be more. I've seen one pothole there, and it is caused by the timber lorries, and I say it very deliberately, where the timber lorries are turning onto the public road. It's probably 18 inches deep. It's a monster. Again, the Dorrery Road, when I was last down it, I assumed it was going to be a priority one. Folks, I don't think that road's even on our list. So Raymond's right. This needs to be incredibly flexible, because unfortunately, I think there could be roads just appearing almost out of the blue that need work done immediately. And I go back to Josie's comment about losing some of these roads, about them becoming tracks. And extremely briefly, there are 3 projects I would just highlight maybe this 100,000 should do. One is number 52, and number 52 ain't going to get done this year, and that is Bral Terrace in Holkirk, the school and the surgery there. I've been sent photographs of it. Desperately, I mean, really horrendous, the road there. The second one is number 77, Bridge Street, Holkirk, several patches at a total cost of 2,500. Folks, I'm not exaggerating. You could spend 25 or 50 grand on that one road alone. I was on it 2 days ago. It's dreadful. So let's not kid ourselves at all, where we may need to spend money much more urgently. And the next one is actually the next project on this, going back to Thurso, Almley Road from Castle Green Road to College, brackets, patches, 1.2 metres wide. We all know in Ward 2 and probably Ward 3, Almley Road, it's, you know, I think Struan's shaking his head, hopefully in agreement, or maybe he's arguing. You know, that road is absolutely dire and has been for several years now. So I don't know. I am prepared to, if I had to select 3 projects out of my ward that the extra 100,000 would cover, or some of the, well, it wouldn't actually cover Lochmore to Westerdale, nowhere near, but those are 3 that just jumped out at me. Bral Terrace, Bridge Street, Holkirk, and Almley Road to from Castle Green Road up to the college. So, but I just would like to understand from Raymond the reasoning behind combining the 2 sums. I mean, I could see there might be a very good reason for it. I'm completely open to it, and I think you were going to come back in, Raymond. Thanks again, Chair. I will not be back in, I assure you.
Okay, I'll go back to Raymond, and then I've got Carl's hand up. Raymond.
I think that you might find, Matthew, that's some of the stuff, because the chair knows this is where we could talk about roads listings for ever and a day, and that's why we had the roads monthly meeting. It was an hour and a half, and then we agreed to have another 2.5 hours at it. And you'll find that some of the stuff that you've actually just talked about there just now, Bral Terrace, the High Street in Holkirk, has been raised with councillors, and also in terms of the fact that we're discussing capital spend here, you could imagine that the people that are not seeing Greenland to Barrack, that U-Class road on this listing, which we know is one of the huge priorities. But in terms of the temporary patching, and Josie, please correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of the emergency temporary patching that we've been doing, that comes under the revenue budget. And the revenue budget has the ability to be able to take care of quite a lot of other things while we're looking at the listing. It's the same with the Glengolly Road. You'll have noticed that the revenue patching has been undertaken on the Glengolly Road, but you'll see that the Glengolly Road is actually on the listing for a full repair. It's the balance between the revenue spend, which is not what we're talking about here just now, and the capital spend, which is in the listings. It's the same with when Josie was saying about the fact that there's an indicative amount that's on the listing there just now, and maybe we might not spend that, and therefore we'll have more money for doing other things if we come in under budget for each of the indicative spends, and therefore we can do other things on that list. That includes, I mean, I know that one of the other ones, and Donny Mikhail will know about this, is the feeder road at Harpsdale. The Harpsdale ring road there, that's on the list as well. That's there. There are lots of other things that you could actually highlight. That's the kind of reason that I've put the 100,000. My consideration is for what Struan's saying there just now. You could still go around the houses with whichever one project, and you'll still make an argument for another project coming against it. That's why I've kind of gone with the officer's recommendations in terms of the listings. It is still a flexible list going forward, and it may be, I wouldn't want to be in a position in Ward 3 where I've used up the money by specifically saying, do this particular job, it's what I would like you to do, and then find out, you know what, within 2-3 months I would rather have held on to that money and then spent it on something else that becomes a bigger priority. I'd much rather go with the officer's recommendations than starting to come up with, you know, because you're not going to please everybody, but there are ways of being able to get around it. That's why, you know, I know they're going to go back and skim the Barrack Road at the village, but the emergency pothole repairs for the Barrack Greenland Road will come out of the revenue budget, and it's that kind of flexibility that we require to have in amongst this whole thing. It's not something I would look to say, right, I want 100 grand spent on something now on that listing, and then find out I might change my mind in 3, 4, 5 months' time. That's my thoughts behind it, Matthew. That's all.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bremner. Councillor Rosie, and then I've got Councillor Willie Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, many points have just been covered that I was going to make covered by Raymond there. I was just trying to sum up in my mind whether a debate that we've had would be of value to the community, listening to what's been said. I wonder what level of understanding is. I've got to say, Matthew, I got really confused when you give a rationale about us investing because of safety issues when cars are travelling at high speeds. It makes perfect sense to me. But then highlighting issues in towns. We all know towns and villages. We all know what the issues are in our villages. At Thurso, many, or if not most of the junctions that lead into roads are broken down, and that affects pedestrians and motorists. But so, what is the message we're giving here, the public? I think they've got an expectation. I think the general public are very reasonable, and they've just got an expectation to understand what the solutions are, what a programme would be for that solution, irrespective of timescales. If they've got an understanding, I think that goes a long way to do that. And I don't think we've particularly informed that in an appropriate manner. With many contributions today, I find them quite disappointing. And I've got to say, Matthew, again, I was asking myself, which government are you speaking about? Let's not beat about the bush here. This is a massive issue to address, and we need creative and innovative thinking about it. It needs policy change, and we all need to think about how we're going to do that. And I've got to say about priorities, I've had interactions with the general public where they've been viewing press releases, social media coverage on this, and their opinions on what their priorities, they give you a very different aspect of that. They start speaking about rail travel and all the rest of it. So there's a range of issues to consider here. But just in summary, I think we need to come away today with an agreed plan on how we're going to progress this, but so vitally important that the general public understand what it's going to be.
Thank you, Councillor Rosie. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Donny, I think it was Councillor Willie Mackay that had his hand up first. But if your hand's up, Donny, I'll come to you right after. I don't know if you've seen it or not. I didn't see it, Donny. I'll come to you right after, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you, Chair. You're doing well handling this committee meeting today. It's absolutely fantastic. Supporting Raymond's comments, what you just said there, Matthew, you picked out 3 out of a road list of 150. Of the 150, 61 are Category 1. Category 1. So I'm not too sure why you would even look at 3. And I wouldn't argue with the priority list. Joanne and her team, this is the beauty of attending these monthly meetings that Raymond set up. Joanne and her team have drawn up this. They are the professionals out there. They know exactly what's happening and where to decide or where to go. And I wouldn't really change that. So Matthew, the 3 you've identified, you could have picked any 3 out of 67 or, as Josie said, 150 that she's got before us today. I wouldn't change their priority list. They are the people out there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Donny Mackay.
This is one of the biggest challenges that's faced this council for many, many years and many years to come. And I do see Falkirk has been a priority since a long time. And I've been through it just in the last 2 days, and up the heart stuff. And it's no a full time that that's done. And even Bridge Street in Halkirk, and doctors in Halkirk going to school, is terrible. And I thought Bridge Street Halkirk was on the list a few years ago, but nothing's been done. But if it's a way forward and it's going to be done, great. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. I mean, I think we've had a really lengthy discussion about this now, and it just highlights the problem that we've got a very, very long list. As Josie said, it's 4% of the roads in Caithness. It's about 10% of the roads that need fixed, and it's only a third that we can actually afford to do. So, you know, it just highlights the strength of the challenge that we're facing, and the fact that we are going to have to make some difficult decisions, and it probably does mean prioritising the roads that are most heavily used for the sake of safety. So I'm going to come to Councillor Mackey, and hopefully we can move some recommendations and get this drawn to a close. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm quite happy to move the recommendation in the report, and on that basis, once we've had our, I've moved the recommendation. There you go.
It's a funny way that Councillor Mackey was speaking there just now. I don't know if everybody else understood his barking.
Everyone and his dog has an opinion on roads. There you go. Okay, so if we're happy then to move the recommendation in the report, so approve the proposed prioritised roads maintenance programme for the Caithness area. Are we happy to approve it, members?
Yes.
Great, and I would just add that I think we have highlighted the importance of communicating to the public. It is a massively controversial and emotive issue just now, and we do need to make sure that we're communicating all the decisions we're making. We've had a discussion that's talked about the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, it's talked about our roads monthly meetings, it's a whole lot of things that the public aren't privy to and can't get at their fingertips. So I have, as you know, drawn up some visuals that explain what roads we're aiming to do and what our budget is, and tries to summarise the main challenges. I'm going to run that past Josie and the team and make sure that it's all accurate. But I think on the back of this meeting, we'll aim to get those out and get as much information spread as we can. And I know that Raymond and Willie will keep doing that through some photos and things on Facebook too. And all we can do is keep communicating the challenge and everything we're doing to try to meet it head on. So thank you. I think it's been a really useful discussion. And I now have every single person's hand up on my screen. So I'm going to call that lunchtime.
Before you all go, can I just suggest something?
Yeah.
I know there's going to be a debate over this £100,000 per ward. Don't be forgetting you're going to get it next year as well. And so when you're looking at the list, if there is something that exceeds that, it's in one ward. I think it's possibly something that, if your priorities dictate that one of the jobs is 150,000, if you combine your efforts, it's worth, I'm happy to go with whatever you suggest. But if it's for the benefit of Caithness rather than hoarding it in a ward. I don't know what you're saying there, Raymond. I have no subtitles. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks, Josie. Thanks very much. I think we'll break for lunch and come back. Is 1:30 okay, folks, so that we can keep going forward and maybe enjoy some of my sun before the day's over? So we'll come back at 1:30, and Sarah Murdoch has been waiting very, very patiently. And Sarah, I'm sorry, we will reconvene at 1:30 and take you in then, if that's all right.
Please, Councillor Bremner.
I'm in shop. I'm here.
Councillor Donny Mackay.
Present.
Councillor Willie Mackay.
Yes, President, I will be here for the rest of the afternoon. I was due to leave at 3 o'clock to get my second COVID jab, but I got it last week instead. So we're here for the remainder of the afternoon.
Councillor Mackey.
Good afternoon, Alex.
Councillor Rees.
I'm here. I need to leave about 3:45, if that's okay.
Councillor Rosie.
Here, Alec.
Councillor Andrew Sinclair. And Councillor Nicholas Sinclair.
Here.
Thank you, members.
Okay, we'll go straight into the discussion of the WIC Common Good Fund. And Sarah, thank you for your patience.
No worries, that's fine. Yes, members, the WIC Common Good Asset Register consultation came to an end. So before you this afternoon, you have a report that details the contents of the asset register, and also an analysis which is appended to the report as Appendix 2, which shows the number of responses that we got in from members of the community and the type of inquiries they made and the proposed responses that we're making to those inquiries. It wasn't too many, and there were some of the ones that we anticipated being made anyway, so we were able to respond to them quite quickly because we'd already done the investigations. So it was the type of properties that we were expecting were going to come up in the representations that did come up. So what the report does is it details the outcome of the consultation process. It details the type of responses that were received, and then it goes on to indicate what would happen if you approve the publication of the register. The practicalities of publishing the register are that I upload it onto the website and it becomes a public document on the council website, so anyone can go in and see that under the Common Good Asset Registers page. But there's obviously practical side of things as well that will need to be considered. We've had a number of discussions with the finance team, and at the present time there wouldn't be any regular quarterly reporting to do unless or until we get monies that we need to report on, so until there's cash funds. So at the moment any reporting would be by way of annual accounts in reflection of the property assets that exist in the fund. But clearly at some point, members, there will need to be some form of ongoing planning, strategic planning, looking at what assets are income generating and what are not, and what may be needed to be done to start to make Wick Common Good earn a pot of money for its own purposes. It's a rather unusual situation. This is the first of the funds to be reclassified from old property that maybe should have followed through from 1975 and always been considered as common goods. So it's quite an unusual set of circumstances at the moment, and it will pave the way for the ongoing investigations that are going on in Thurso and soon to start in Fort William as to how we deal with those funds when they get set up. At the present time, obviously, council will have to continue to maintain any common good assets being Highland Council assets in any event. The responsibility for maintenance continues to fall on the council. That's indicated in the report. There has to be a balance there. We have to look at how the council may take a view on that, particularly once the fund starts to earn money. But there's no way, as soon as the fund starts to earn money, it can take over responsibility for maintenance of all its assets. It quite simply wouldn't earn enough money for that. It's going to take time. So that's where the report indicates there's going to need to be some very careful strategy and forward planning take place to see how we balance that and how we move from one to the other, and that's going to take some time. So that's the position as far as that is concerned. The document that's attached at Appendix 1 is the asset register in the format that will be published if you approve it, members. And then the document that is at Appendix 2 is what would be published on the website by way of the representations and responses. I would also send a copy of those to the 3 members of the community that responded within the consultation, so they can see exactly what's been said and what the responses are. I have written to them in any event, but I would send that by way of courtesy in any event. So I'm not sure if there's anything specific further that you'd like me to go through on the report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Sarah, and I appreciate it was a power of work to get that all pulled together from yourself and Paul, so thank you for that. I've got a few questions, but I'm happy to bring in other members first if anyone wants to ask anything. I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll go straight in with a money question. I noted in the report, Sarah, that it mentions that the common good funds across Highland are collectively responsible for the costs of running the scheme centrally. WIC wouldn't be liable, as you stated, until we were actually earning income from those assets. But I wondered if you could give us an outline of what those kind of costs are, what we would be expected to be contributing towards when we were making revenue. And secondly, the big question, of course, and this will I'm sure will be a subject of many more follow-up meetings, is how we earn revenue from these assets. So, for instance, with car parks, if we were to consult the public on charging for the car parks that are owned under common good obviously would follow different rules to those that are owned outright by Highland Council. So my understanding is more of the profits from car parking charges would be kept locally if a decision was made in consultation with the public to charge for those. The other one that occurs to me is the town hall, which the council has obviously invested money in refurbishing, but has also been using for a number of times, so for a length of time. So is there a possibility of charging for rent for the town hall or for opening it up to private hire? So really, I know it's not necessarily your area, but are there things that we could consider that other areas have put into place, and what can we do within the rules of the fund? And I apologise that those are big questions.
No, that's fine. They're very, very valid questions and very important questions. At the moment, I mean, I don't know if it's that. I think it popped up in one of the previous reports, but the costs of funding my post, the Common Good Officer Friend post, is split across all common goods across the Highlands. And the way it was split when council made the decision to recruit for the post was that a proportion of the costs of the salary was divided between all the funds in accordance with the size of the funds. So like Inverness bears the largest proportion because it's the largest fund and so on. That covers any general work, it covers any corporate work that's done for the funds generally, any policy work, anything like that that covers all of the funds. At the moment, that division of costs across all of the funds is also covering any work that I do for Wick Common Good Fund, Caithness, Granton, in due course Thurso when it gets in the investigations I'm doing on Thurso, and in due course any investigations I do on Fort William. That's all being bought by the other funds corporately in accordance with the ratio division, and I think it's contained in one of the previous reports. I can look it out. After that, if I do specific work for a specific fund, so for instance, I'm currently doing quite a lot of work responding to a consultation in Nairn, that is directly chargeable to Nairn Common Goods. So when I'm producing my timesheets, which I have to do for finance, that would be accounted within that against Nairn as a cost centre. Obviously, the work that I've done for Wick and the other funds that don't have that type of resource behind them, that just gets split regardless, and that's the way that happens. So that's how that works as far as my post is concerned. All of the other funds bear a proportion of the costs of central support services for things like the finance teams that do their accounts, that go into the annual accounts or that go into the quarterly monitoring statements. So in due course, when and if Wick gets to the point of being able to bear that proportion of costs, they would also bear a proportion of central support costs from the Common Good Fund of Wick. But at the moment, again, that isn't there. So whether or not finance choose to split that across the other common good funds, or just, I don't know how they'll do that, that'll be up to finance. But in due course, it would come out of Wick funds as a charge attributable to the Wick Common Good Fund. But you've got to have the funds there to be able to pay that with. So that's how the funding for common good and support and so forth works as far as the council is concerned. The situation regarding assets and car parks is obviously quite a popular one, because more and more we're finding that more of the car parks across Highlands are actually sitting on common good land. So that's quite an issue across a number of the common good funds. And I know that the whole consultation on car parks sort of came to a halt with the COVID situation and so forth. And in due course, I was actually talking to Shane yesterday on a car parking issue in another area. But in due course, when that gets revived, I think the plan would be to have some form of corporate understanding on how common good car parks would be worked. So whether the council effectively pay a nominal lease to the common good in that area for using the car park, and in return for maintaining it and so forth, they would pay. Obviously, they can't lease from the common good. Council can't lease from itself, but it's like a nominal arrangement whereby money changes from one service to the other. So that would be, I think that's at the moment the way they're thinking. We hadn't got as far as any final decision at the point that consultation came to an end. Now, interestingly, in Nairn, what they're doing in Nairn and what they've just taken forward by way of some form of proposal and decision is to look at a voluntary scheme, where at the moment they're asking, I think because they obviously have a very popular area that attracts an awful lot of car parking, for people to pay in on a voluntary basis. That doesn't invoke any need to consult, because we're not changing the use permanently, which obviously we would be changing the use if it became a paid car park with enforcement, because we're not taking away anyone's public right to access that land and pay for nothing. They don't have to pay if they don't want to. I don't know how successful that scheme is going to be, so it might be an interesting one to see how to monitor how that scheme goes in the short term once it's up and running. I don't know when they're planning to start it, probably just for the summer season and then review it. But I think car parks is on the closer agenda rather than the further agenda to reactivate as we start to move forward out of COVID. And clearly it is a money earner for a lot of areas, and it will be a potential money earner for the common good in Wick. The things like the town hall, we've very much taken the view that now that the asset register is in a position that we can identify the assets, that a line has to be drawn under everything and we don't back account. And we've held firm to that across all of the common good funds in Highlands when we've found and changed property into the common good from other areas, because life would just become far too complicated trying to work out who owed what and who'd paid for what across the course of the years. I think we mentioned this to you before, Paul and I, when we were discussing. The only area that's actually gone against that recently is Inverness, and it's not a helpful decision to have gone against it, but they have gone against it in respect of a particular asset that's now been reclassified as common good from having not been considered as common good. But I couldn't persuade them to the contrary, so that is what that is. But as a general rule of thumb, I think madness would lie in trying to unpick the financial ins and outs of what had gone on since basically 1975 onwards. You just couldn't do it. So where the town hall is concerned, it's accepted that the council will have spent money on refurbishing it, but the council will have had the use of it during that period of time, and they won't have paid anything into the common good fund. Now, it may or may not balance itself out. I suspect they may have paid more on refurbishing it than they would have paid on rent for use. I don't know. But moving forward, if they have the use of an asset on common good land, then there's no reason why we can't negotiate some form of payment for that. Inverness with the townhouse, the council pays the general fund there pays for the use of the offices. So there's a rental paid there. They pay for the use of the car park. There's a proportion of the car park that they have as workspaces when it's not being used for the refurbishment of the townhouse. There is a proportion of the car parking spaces that are used for council workforce. They pay a proportion, a rent, almost like a rental for that as well. So there's no reason why that can't be negotiated. I say that's part of the strategy planning moving forward, is we have to look at what assets there are and what they can be used for. And the same if there was any form of using something, again, short-term lets or anything like that, then there is a policy that includes the short-term letting form on the website directly for common good. There's a wee page for common good policies, and anything that's earned that way should come into the common good as an income. Same for rentals of any of the common good sports fields, playing fields, anything like that. Any income that's earned in that way should come into the common good. I think that's possibly answer. I hope that's answered the questions, but
it has, Sarah. I've got about 800 more, but I'll save them for another day and a more detailed discussion later. Any other members have any questions? Councillor Donna Mackay.
It's not about Wick, so you're all right, Chair. When is Thurso going to be done?
I currently have Granton. Can you see out to consultation in the public? I have Granton up and coming that really needs to go out to consultation because we've got a couple of transactions that need to be done there. Thurso I had started, so Thurso will happen after that. So I'd started it. So I have my box of deeds sitting here, and I have gone through some of them already. Thank goodness you didn't ask me where Fort William would be done, because that's way after that. So that's where Thurso is in the scheme of things. It was going to follow on sharpish after Wick, but then unfortunately, community asset transfers and various things started to rear their heads in Caithness and Granton, which sort of made those rather pressing to try and get sorted because of the complications of having to do the common good consultations when we haven't actually established a common good register, which we can do, but it's not as easy to understand as far as the public are concerned if you haven't got a register in place. So that sort of made those have to leapfrog the priority there, because we've been pressed on the community groups that are interested in doing the asset transfers in respect of a couple of assets. So hence the reason why Caithness has been done and is out now to consultation. We've also got to remember, obviously, that the consultations are a wee bit longer at the moment. But Granton is almost at the point of being able to take it forward with a view to going out for consultation. I'm happy to run the consultations on the asset transfers without the register being published, but it just makes life a bit easier if we've got further through it. So Thursday is definitely the next one there. I've got the deed sitting here with me, so that will be the one that gets done next. And as I said, I've started it, I just haven't managed to get all the way through it yet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. I have Councillor Bremner now.
Hands all working now, Councillor Sinclair. Good stuff. Listen, Sarah, thanks very much for all the work that you've done on this. I know that that's already been acknowledged. For the want of finding out what we could do, if whether we could actually bring consult on car park charges in a car park in the town, to landing up asking the question, could we actually do that because of the status of the car park? And here we are. That's exactly what's led to this. Well, apart from the fact that Councillor Sinclair decided that she would see if she could manage to grab the asset monies of a certain building in Dempster Street, if you recall that, Councillor Sinclair, which happened about 10 months before that. But we are where we are, and I have to say I'm delighted. This is another of the legacies of council where we have chased our tail. And I'm saying this because at least it's in the public domain, where we have denied that there was ever any common ground, any common land, any common good fund. So this is an excellent step. It's getting the assets back to the community and the ability to be able to manage them. I think that's a huge power of work that's been done there by all concerned. I note the interest that the Royal Borough of Wick Community Council and Mackenzie, what's his first name again? It's totally escaped me just now. The work that they've been doing, and the dialogue that you've been having with them, Sarah, as well. I know that they've really appreciated that, and I'm hoping that the community will continue to uncover or request clarification, because that's what this is all about. I think that's really important. This is a fluid process. It is not concluded by any manner of means. This is just a stake in the ground of where we've managed to get to so far, and the register is a result of that work. It's putting that in the public domain, and let's build on top of it. My question is, what's the soonest that we can charge Highland Council rent for being in the town hall? And have you got a suggested amount that could actually be, and how many zeros would be after the number? Thank you.
Now, if only that was within my scope. I think what we need to do is to look at some form of actual meeting just to focus on the assets and see what the assets are and what we potentially could do with them. And then we can involve the relevant officers that would need to advise on that. I mean, for something like the town hall, clearly we would need to involve estates. I don't know what the going rent would be for that. I don't know how they work it out. They do their sort of calculations in the background, don't they? Is it used regularly by the council, just out of curiosity, by council departments? Because again, we would have to go to that service and that would all have to be negotiated. So I think this is where we need to look, you know, at each of the assets and see exactly what they're doing at the moment. Are they actually earning any income? And if not, why not? And can we earn anything from them? So this is really where the work on the WIC Common Good starts now. You know, we've done all the work to find out the assets to date, and you're quite right, it's an open-ended document. They haven't given a close date. There were all sorts of things discussed at the time that this legislation was being prepared about whether the asset register should remain open for a fixed period of time and then it closed and no more assets could be identified. But we're still identifying assets in Highland in areas where we've had established funds, because we might not have had to do a title investigation for 25 years. The ones that we've found in Inverness, they were subject to leases for 25 years, and it's because we had to do something that involved us getting hold of the titles to see whether or not we were going to extend those leases that it came to light they were common good and not general fund. So if they were closing the asset register after 10 years, we would have lost those assets because we would have had no reason to investigate them, because you can't go back and look at every single asset across Highland region. You wouldn't have an asset register in any of the areas yet. So it is open-ended, and at any point something that's newly identified can be added to it, which is great. And I'm sure there will be things that will pop up for consideration during the course of the following years. But for what we've got on that register, we have to look at how we can make it work smartly, I think. But obviously for the council, departments that may have had use of the town hall, they might not want to pay rent for it. So, you know, there's going to have to be some discussions in there between the various departments, and it'll have budgetary implications, I'm sure. So there's all sorts of things there. And I presume maybe some of the finance team may have to be involved in that side of things as well. So it's like taking it forward to make sure we've got the relevant officers that can answer exactly your questions. And provide the information as to what that type of figure might be, so that you know what you're talking about. Because obviously what they might charge for the use of the townhouse in Inverness might not be the same as they would charge for the town hall in Wick, or for another building in another part of the Highlands, or, you know, it depends on how many offices they're using. And, you know, I don't know if different departments pay a different amount, because I know there's different departments that are in the one in Inverness. I don't know whether they pay and then it all just gets transferred on a one-off. That's all done behind the scenes by way of the finance and the estates team and so forth. So they're the people that we need to be involved there for actual figures, to give us some advice on those figures on valuations. And the same with any of the other assets, because they will have to produce a schedule of asset valuations for the next round of accounts, because obviously there will have to be annual accounts presented. So there will have to be valuations done for those. So they'll have to take those probably from what they've done for other areas. But if they haven't yet done them in other areas, they'll have to certainly be done for the first round of accounts that get presented for the annual accounts. So the finance team will be alerted. I think when we have a plan of action moving forward, then we can look at who else we want to get involved, whether it's to bring and almost to workshop the situation, so that we can then bring officers in who can give specific advice to yourselves, members, as to how we move this forward. Because I think that's definitely what we need to do, so that we can be proactive and involve the community in what they might want to see doing with some of the assets as well. Because you've got an opportunity here to make community engagement work from the outset. As far as common good is concerned, because you're setting it up with the opportunity to do that in light of all the most recent community engagement policies. So you've got a wonderful opportunity to bring the community along with you.
Briefly. I completely agree with that. Yeah, Raymond.
Very briefly, in response to that, Sarah, I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with that. Yes, okay, it was a tongue-in-cheek comment, but if I could get away with charging the council that much, a fairly reasonable rent without them turning around and telling me to stuff my asset, I would be trying to do that. I doubt very much if they'll probably pay that they would probably be demanded to pay down in the townhouse in Inverness. Well, I saw myself and Councillor Sinclair rolling our eyes at that, thinking that would be a wonderful opportunity. But what this does allow us is is it allows us within the common good, under the common good banner, to have a more commercially astute head on and understand how we can have this, as you say, sweat the asset for the benefit of the community, which is maybe not the way that it's currently approached at the moment. It also allows us the ability as a common good to be able to engage with other agencies, including High Life Highland, where that's their kind of forte. The potential is there, but at least that potential is now going to be in the public arena and handed back to the community, rather than just being operated as a function within Highland Council. So I think there's loads of opportunities there for us, especially when it comes to commerce and actually making it work for the benefit, not just for the good, for the well-being of the community, but for the financial well-being of the community as well. Not just the town hall as well, but any of the other assets that we've uncovered and that we continue to add to the list. And here's hoping that there's lots more that we can add to the list that make us lots more money, Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Councillor Bremner. Councillor Rosie.
Thanks, Nicola. I'll be brief. It's really interesting listening to the conversation, and we often herald localism, and you hear me speak about a need for creativity and innovation. So, very often councillors' work is unseen. So, I think it's really important just to make that point. And that's a nod to Sarah as well, because there's a lot of work going into that. So, good on you. Well done.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands up, so we'll just take an action to follow up with Sarah and the other officers to discuss how we can look at the revenue generation. Also, I think we need to talk about the area of the riverside that we've identified as owned by trust, because there is potential there to earn some revenues that could benefit a wider area of the river. So another good opportunity for us, and I'm all for involving the public as much as we can, and we should do that. That's the spirit of common good funds. Members, we've got a lot of recommendations here, so I'll just read through them. We're invited to note the contents of the asset register in the format of publication, note the content of the document titled WIC Common Good Property Consultation Representations and Responses, agree to the publication of the Common Good Asset Register for WIC, agree to the reclassification of the property included in the register and to the creation of a Common Good Fund for WIC, note that WIC Common Good property will continue to be maintained by Highland Council until such time as an income source is identified to sustain WIC Common Good assets, and note that the creation of a WIC Common Good Fund and its financial position will be reported to the next meeting of Highland Council under the minutes of this meeting, given that all Highland councillors are custodians of common good funds across Highland. I'll be happy to note all that. Please don't make me read it again. Is that fine? Excellent. And it will go as a starred item to next Highland Council. I believe Sarah said that in the report, so we can have some fun then too.
Yes, I think it was agreed that a starred item was more appropriate than it going as a full report, because obviously the main discussions would have taken place here, and this falls squarely within the management of the fund. So we've clarified that point anyway. So
good. It feels like a really important moment for a town, so thank you for your work on it. Okay, everyone, we will move on to item 13, the Highland Coastal Communities Fund. And I think we have Fiona. Is Fiona with us?
Afternoon, Chair.
Oh, I'm not. There you are. Sorry, Fiona. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words of context to the report?
Yes, thank you, and afternoon, everyone. So, just some brief context. The Highland Coastal Communities Fund in Caithness, it's a new fund which is derived from the Crown Estate's net revenues and given to Highland Council by the Scottish Government. It's a new fund that's been designed to support economic regeneration and sustainable development in coastal areas around Highland. The allocation that's been given to the Caithness Area Committee to award is £409,652.26. And I would just remind members that that represents 2 years of funding, and there is an expectation that there would be an ongoing annual allocation. In previous years, that's happened around October time. So today there are 14 projects that have made applications for consideration, and they total £452,082.80. And we also have a recommendation.
Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Rees, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, apologies. Point of order, please.
Yeah.
Going back to our, apologies for interrupting you, Fiona, just going back to our declarations of interest, it's just suddenly occurred to me, having declared an interest in one item, just apologies, but should I be leaving the entire discussion, or somehow try simply not to make comment when that particular bid is being considered by us? It is a non-financial interest, but nevertheless, it definitely is an interest.
I'm not sure, and I know that Councillor Mackie has left for the whole conversation. Alex or Anne, would either of you have any view on that? I would certainly say that no commenting, Matthew. If it's not financial, I would have thought you'd be okay to stay for the debate but not contribute. But any advice on that?
Yes, yeah, that was my view. But just as you've said, Nicola, I've seen what Councillor Mackie's done, and obviously it's very important that we do this correctly.
Absolutely, Matthew. And Councillor Mackie's interest is financial, so it's maybe a different rule.
Chair, just to say, I think if it'd be sufficient to I mean, for the individual member, of course, but it would be sufficient to just leave the meeting for when that application has been considered.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks very much for that.
You can leave the meeting just by muting and turning off your camera.
Thank you. That's I'm comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks very much. Okay, Fiona.
Thank you. So just was going to mention that we also have a recommendation for members today that they consider ring fencing, an amount of approximately £100,000 from their allocation, which would be used to attract additional match funding and would maximise the potential benefit of the coastal communities funding in Caithness. So in terms of the individual projects under consideration, members are asked to make a decision on whether to approve, defer or reject each application. And if members wish to approve applications, I would just remind you that you can approve the full grant requested, or you can make a lower discretionary offer. In terms of making a lower discretionary offer, we wouldn't obviously have been able to discuss this with project, so couldn't comment on how that might impact the viability of the project. However, in broad terms, what it would mean is we would either make a conditional offer to the project requiring that they identify alternative additional match funding, or we would ask that they reduce the scope or costs of the project in line with funds available. So to guide members with their decision making or to help them today, I just wanted to briefly touch on the technical assessment and the RAG assessment that we've undertaken. Excuse me, that's undertaken against a range of key criteria, and what I would say is it is just our assessment of the degree that that criteria has met based on the evidence that the applicant has provided during the application process. So where we've marked something amber or red, generally it would indicate there's perhaps a concern or a weakness that could be addressed through a project condition, but it doesn't mean that in any case the project's ineligible. So all applications presented to you today are eligible for funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Fiona, and thanks for all your help getting it to this stage, because there has been a lot of discussion and a lot of work, and we appreciate the effort you've put in to get to a point where we've got all the information at our fingertips to make an informed decision. So thank you to yourself and Sarah for that. I think what we'll do, members, is go through them one by one. We have had obviously the technical assessment from Fiona and Sarah, and I'll quickly summarise what the broad the broad notes from our discussion were, just to ease discussion, keep things moving at pace. But if there's things that people want to add that aren't covered as part of the discussion, just stick your hand up and we'll do that. And we'll look to approve or refuse or amend them as we go through them one by one. Fiona's going to keep a tally and we'll see where we're at financially at the end of it. So the first application is Caithness Voluntary Group, and it's here for Caithness. The total project cost is £14,076.80. The grant requested is £9,082.80. Caithness Voluntary Group are applying for assistance in developing a project which will support the ongoing needs of vulnerable people in Caithness. to ensure their health and well-being is maintained and that there is a clear path to both preventative and interventional support as and when it's needed. Based on feedback from the community, CVG aim to create a one-stop shop idea of a digital platform that is from the outset committed to supporting the journey of the individual accessing it, adults, children or professionals. Project costs include the creation of a website, creation of video content and staffing costs. And this, as Fiona said, is eligible and has passed. You've got a RAG rating in front of you in order of their score. So this is scored very highly, and in discussion I think we've satisfied ourselves that they meet all the criteria and that it's a good functioning group doing work in an area that's very important to Caithness, and we've confirmed that there's no overlap in funding with the Caithness Cares project. So do any members want to comment on that application first? Okay, I personally would propose that we support it in full. Is anyone otherwise minded?
Carry on.
Yeah, okay, I'm seeing nods, so if we can go ahead.
Yep.
Do members want me to keep reading what these are for the basis of the, it may be handy for the basis of the recording, even though we've got the papers in front of us.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go through it as quickly as I can then, and excuse me jumping back and forth between screens. The second is St John's Episcopal Church in Wick for the provision of accessible toilet and improved accessibility to the church building. Project cost is £77,895. Grant requested is £15,000. This project involves an extension to the church building to accommodate a fully accessible toilet. The church currently has no toilet facilities, and improving access at the entrance for wheelchair users and others with mobility problems. The aim of the project is to make the building more sustainable in the long term and allow wider community use of the building. That one again scored very highly on the RAG rating with mostly 3s and a total score of 29. We asked for some more information about how open the church is to different community groups and to the wider public, and we received a good strong response from them about the community groups that are currently using the church and other groups that they hope would be attracted in if toilet provision was made possible. So again, quite supportive of this project. It does meet the criteria. I would propose that we accept it, and open to any other comments and suggestions. Any questions? Okay, are we happy to approve that one?
Happy.
Agreed.
Okay. The next one, Dunnet Forestry Trust, and this is Dunnet Community Forest Project. Total project cost £29,914. Grant requested £22,436. Dunnet Forest has been managed by the Dunnet Forestry Trust under lease from Nature Scot, that was Scottish Natural Heritage, for 18 years and has recently taken ownership through a community asset transfer. In 2019, the Trust undertook a consultation to measure the support of the community for a community buyout of Dunnet Forest. People in the community were also asked for ideas for new activities and facilities to follow transfer of ownership. The consultation also generated a wide range of ideas for the future of the forest, and those having the strongest support form the basis for the following suite of projects, which will mark the transfer of ownership and the launch of Dunnet Community Forest. 1. Develop a volunteer programme. 2. Tree nursery. 3. Compost toilet. 4. Car park extension and improved forest entrance. 5. Children's play area. These 5 projects are the subject of the application to each CCF, and again scored very highly on a scoring matrix. I think we're all very familiar with the work of the Forestry Trust and what they've done to date, which has been very well received. It's very popular and a well-used site locally, and an important one for tourists too. Anybody have any questions or concerns that they want to raise on that one?
Happy.
Yeah, happy to approve.
Agreed.
Okay. Keys Primary School Parent Council. Keys Primary School Trim Trail. Project cost £31,691.52. Grant requested £23,000. This project is to install trim play equipment at Keys Primary School, which currently has limited facilities. Out with school hours, the trim trail would be open to use by the wider community, including learners from throughout the county who could access the site for remedial and play sessions. It would also provide a hub for family learning programmes such as after-school clubs and play sessions. In discussion, I think we were all very happy with the proposal, and we just wanted to confirm that it would be open to the wider public to use, as have other primary schools doing similar projects, and that was confirmed to us. So I would be minded to approve, but happy to hear comments, questions.
Happy to approve too.
Okay. The next project is Thurso Youth Club refurbishment. This is phase 1 of the refurbishment. The total project cost is £54,564. The grant requested is £40,923. This project is to refurbish the kitchen at Thurso Youth Club. During last year's lockdown, the Youth Club became the base for Thurso Community Development Trust's community response for Thurso and West Caithness. It has been identified from previous consultation and the community response that there is a need for a permanent meals service for isolated and vulnerable elderly people. The kitchen facilities would also be available to other groups and to run the Youth Club's Youth Cafe and Cookery Club. That one scored, I'm just scrolling back up, bear with me. That one scored 2 2s. All the rest of the scoring criteria was 3, giving it a score of 28. I think we've seen from previous discussions, we know that mental health has been something very important that's come through in lockdown, and the work of our youth groups has been fundamental, and of course the Thurso Community Development Trust as well. So I would be minded to approve that one and happy to take any thoughts and questions.
Quite happy.
Okay. The next one is John O'Groats Mill Trust, the John O'Groats Mill Trail. The total project cost is £40,280. The grant requested is £30,080. This project is to create a basic all abilities trail from the car park at John O'Groats along the coast to the John O'Groats Mill, extending approximately 650 metres, alongside the installation of information boards covering the history and the ecology of the local area. The project is expected to benefit residents as well as visitors to John O'Groats, who will have improved access to a stretch of historic and scenic coastline. So again, this project scored highly on the matrix, as most of our projects have. I think we're all familiar with the work of the Mill Trust to date, which has been really, really incredible actually. A lot of expertise within that group, and it's great to see a community base being formed in John O'Groats. So I would be asking for us to support it. Happy with that? Okay. Befrienders Highland, Caithness expansion. Total project costs £9,200. Grant requested £7,360. Befriending Caithness is a voluntary service that aims to reduce isolation and loneliness in the county by matching volunteers to older isolated adults in the Caithness area. Befrienders Caithness currently have 11 friendships within the Caithness area, which is the maximum the service can adequately supervise, with 1 member of staff working 2 days per week. This project seeks to employ a volunteer coordinator an extra day per week to be able to further address isolation and loneliness for individuals with mental health difficulties. Just scrolling up to check how that one scored, mostly 3s. There is a 1 against match funding, but I believe that the application now isn't for the full 100%, so I think that match funding has been confirmed. Fiona, do you want to give us a quick comment on that, since it scored a 1 on the matrix? Or Sarah?
Sorry, no, I can do that. I'm just getting my own screen up as well.
No problem.
Sorry, apologies, Chair.
That's all right.
So Befrienders Highland, I don't actually have a 1 for match funding. I don't know if you're maybe seeing the one under for Caithness voluntary groups.
Oh, apologies, I maybe am.
So
yeah, no, that's my fault, scrolling between screens as well. No, so
sorry, I was just double checking that myself, but yeah. So they have their match funding in place, Befrienders, so there's no issue there.
Good, okay. And again, I know from just from local experience that the waiting lists tend to be long for the Befrienders service, so it's very popular and has been very valuable, especially when we've seen the isolation and loneliness coming through in lockdown period. So are we minded to support that one, members?
Great.
Okay. The next one, Caithness Voluntary Group Listening Ear. Total project cost is £49,700. The grant requested £39,700. The purpose of this project is to plug the gaps in the need for a crisis support response for people struggling with their mental health, facing challenging personal circumstances or needing someone to talk to. It is considered there is a distinct lack of equity when accessing services to support mental health, and the area does not receive the level of support that other areas receive. Project costs involve employment of part-time project coordinator and part-time admin support, along with associated expenses. So this project is in many ways addressing the gap that we have in crisis support outside of Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, by having volunteers who literally provide a listening ear to help people when they're in crisis. If I look at the right line on the spreadsheet this time, Caithness Voluntary Group, it was 3s and then a 1 for match funding. So could we just have a little bit more information on match funding, please, Fiona?
Yes, of course. So they had scored a 1 as at the point of the papers being circulated, they didn't have the match funding secured, but I can confirm that they have got the £10,000 awarded now from Awards for All. So the full match funding package is in place.
Okay, good. I'd be inclined to support this one then. I think it's providing a really important service. And again, just to coordinate, because I am involved with Caithness Cares, it's not a declaration of interest, but I know that Caithness Cares are looking at different things and there's coordination between the two, so there's no overlap there. Are members happy to approve this one?
Yes, very happy.
Okay. Excuse me, running between screens here. Okay, so the next one is Thurso Community Development Trust for socially growing greenhouses and hub. The total project cost is £127,376. The grant requested is £77,376. This project consists of 2 elements. Firstly, to expand Thurso Community Development Trust's current Thurso Grows project by taking over the existing Highland Council greenhouses to grow food while developing skills and stimulating local economy by encouraging and training enterprise and local people. The project costs consist of repair and maintenance of the greenhouse building, equipment and materials, and to employ a part-time greenhouse manager. The second element of the project is to set up a zero waste shop in the town centre with office space for the TCDT to operate from. Project costs relate to fitting out a town centre premises to contain the shop and to employ an enterprise officer for 18 months to run the facility as a social enterprise. And if we go back up to the scoring matrix for Thurso Community Development Trust, there is a 1 against project robustness. And I wonder if Fiona could give us a little more on that one, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The project robustness has been marked down solely in relation to the zero waste shop element of the project, and that's to reflect the fact that the premises that they're looking to set up the shop in is actually currently on the market, and therefore if a buyer was found for the premises, the Trust's activities would likely be displaced from there. They have acknowledged that risk in their application and indicated that should that happen, they would look to move to the drill hall, but obviously with the costs of the project being related to the actual fitting out of those premises, we've just marked that down to reflect that risk. They also still have match funding to identify, but they would hope to have the outcome of that by next month.
Okay, I'm open to, I have some thoughts of my own, but I'll hand over to other members for their comments. Councillor Rees.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona and Nicola. I think you're correct to mark it down for project robustness. I mean, actually, to invest money in a premises that you might then suddenly lose the week after you've spent money and time on it, it's definitely not a good move. And I don't want to speculate, but knowing the condition of the drill hole, it would be a challenge to use that right now, considering its condition. And so I'm very supportive of the greenhouse part of this application. In fact, when you say the money's for the repair of them, it certainly is. Their greenhouses are not in a good state, and I think it's fantastic. We would be in, well, we wouldn't, but the Development Trust will be employing someone there in a sort of outdoorsy type job, and I've got a feeling it could, no pun intended, but it could mushroom. You know, it could grow into a bigger piece of work. So for that strand, thumbs up from me. And for the second strand, I agree. I think, you know, it's far from robust to use a premises you could lose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Any other members have any thoughts to contribute on that one? Okay, and in that case, I would agree with Councillor Rees on this one. I think we know that the Thurso Community Development Trust do fantastic work. I'm very, very supportive of the Thurso Grows initiative and the plans for the greenhouse. I also can really see the value in an enterprise officer, because I know that development trusts always struggle with them being primarily staffed by volunteers. It can be difficult to move things forward at pace, and an enterprise officer could help them identify lines of revenue and how to grow and expand their operations. I would be very worried about putting public money into refitting a premises that's up for sale. I would struggle really to justify that use of public funds. I just think it's rightly scored as a 1 for project robustness. So I would be inclined to support this in part, but to ask them to go back and reconsider their application for the development of the town centre base, and that's not precluding them from coming back to the fund at a later date if they met the criteria when the situation with the building has been settled one way or the other. Those are my thoughts on it. Councillor Bremner?
Yeah, I think that the point that you made there just now about the fact that this isn't really a denial. What this is doing is just being pragmatic about the scoring system and having to acknowledge some of the challenges that we've got when we're scoring and reviewing, especially some of the officers when they're scoring and reviewing and making recommendations. This means that they have the ability to be able to go back, rethink, reconsider, see how it develops, and then come back. I think that the public would think that that's appropriate that we do that. It's also a consistent way that we can apply to other scoring, the scoring of other applications that come before committee in the future. And I think it's right to establish that criteria just now. So if it helps, I'm quite happy to endorse the comments that both you and Councillor Rees have said.
Thanks, Councillor Bremner. Does anyone feel otherwise? Okay, Fiona, could we look at costing up how much we would be awarding if we were to fund the Thurso Grows and the enterprise officer posts, but extract the cost for the town centre base with a view that they could come back at a later date when plans are more firmed up? Is that possible?
Yes, I was actually just pulling some of the figures out just now, Chair, while the discussion was happening. So the costs for the greenhouse element of the project and the enterprise officer would total £90,389. So looking at in terms of the intervention rate members have previously suggested would be the maximum they would look to offer, that would give £67,791.75 of a grant, if that's what you would like me to put into the approvals list at the moment.
So we would be awarding 67,000 instead of the requested 77,000. So it's still a large grant fund. Yeah, I'd be quite comfortable to go ahead on that basis. Everyone else happy with that? Okay. Okay, then moving on to the next one, Broch Bay Association and Broch Bay Harbour Project. The total project cost £139,344. Grant requested is £27,000. Broch Bay Association's mission is to maintain and improve the facilities at Broch Harbour for locals and visitors alike, and aims to further the advancement of community development, heritage and culture, including rural regeneration and the encouragement of volunteering for all involved. This project seeks to upgrade the existing slipway, which is a vulnerable condition due to storm damage, install beach access steps and extend the nearby car parking area. And if I just go up to the scoring matrix, we have a few 2s there, and I think there's a 1 against match funding. So Fiona, if you could just talk us through some of the 2s and 1s there on that scoring sheet, thanks.
Sure, thanks, Chair. So yes, they've still got planning permission to secure, and it's also been slightly marked down because the project would be susceptible to a 5% increase in costs if they're unable to award the contract before August. But they have included that in their project costings to date. It's been slightly marked down for need and demand and value for money as well, just because the applicant hadn't really addressed how the project would open up wider use of the area or increase the use or tie this project into any future ambitions that there might be for the area, although we recognise it would be an ideal spot for a tourism business or something like that. And in terms of the match funding, there's a significant amount of match funding still to be secured to deliver the project as presented. 101,000 is still required, and the applicant has identified a number of sources that could come from, and they would hope to have a decision on those sources by around June, July time this year.
Okay, does anyone want to comment on that application? Councillor Rees?
Yeah, briefly, I agree with everything Fiona's just said, and because of its location, basically on the way to Dunnet Head, it is a very good location. I'm just really thinking out loud, and correct me if I'm straying slightly beyond the parameters of what we're supposed to be discussing, but in terms of the match funding that's still to be obtained, I think it would be helpful, but not essential, if some work could be identified to be carried out on the actual access track down to the harbour off the public road, because it's a rough track. It's okay in a sort of high-ish car, but looking to the future and being optimistic, if they can do these developments, the improvement of that track would be helpful. But I do support it. I think it's a very brave venture that they're putting forward, and also this is a Coastal Communities Fund. The slipway is in the sea. Nothing could be more coastal than that.
Thanks, Matthew. I have very similar thoughts on this one, that it's very much in the spirit of the Coastal Communities Fund, and it is in a particularly remote and rural location. So it's great to have this flexibility to be able to support projects like this. I would be thinking, could we award the funding subject to planning permission being granted and the other match funders being brought into place? I think you said July, Fiona, so that's not too long to have to wait. So I would have said a tentative yes to that one, subject to planning. But any other members have any thoughts on that? Matthew's putting his thumbs up, Carl's nodding. Okay, are we able to put those conditions on it, Fiona, that subject to match funding and planning permission, we're happy to support?
Yes, we wouldn't actually allow the project, we wouldn't be able to let the project start without having the full funding package and all permissions in place. So any award would be on that basis.
Okay, good. Next one is Bridge North Ironmongers Limited for the new post office for Wick. Total project cost £19,500. Grant requested £9,775. This project is to provide and facilitate all the functions of a modern day post office for the use of the whole community of Wick. Project costs include refurbishment of the building, including window painting, guttering, external redecoration and repairs to keep building wind and watertight. On the scoring matrix, this one scored 2s for project robustness, engagement and support, legacy and exit strategy, quality issues and impacts, and additionality. It didn't score any 1s, however, and it did score some 3s, so quite a mixed bag, but certainly meeting the criteria. In discussion, I think that members recognise that this is a vital public service for Wick. It's also one that is operating from Wick Town Centre, which is very welcome, and it has been set up in a building that was formerly derelict, which is all to be welcomed. But there are obviously some questions about the project robustness. So, Fiona, is there any more information relating to that?
I probably don't have any more information to give at this stage, except to maybe explain that the reason in a lot of cases where the applicant's been marked down here is just due to the brief information that was provided at application stage. And I suppose one point I would make is that generally with all business applicants, we would expect to see something a bit more in the way of a full business plan. In this case, we have got cash flow forecasts and so on, but we don't have necessarily what I would have seen as a business plan that maybe demonstrates the viability a bit better. So yeah, that's really been our main concern there.
Okay, yeah, so when we drew up the criteria for the Coastal Communities Fund, we did decide at a local level that it would be open to businesses, but with the caveat that they provide a business plan, and that's not been provided in this case. I think that if we were to award the funding, we would need to make it a condition that a business plan was created, albeit a basic one, We don't need to see anything. We don't want to create anything too onerous to applicants, but in the interest of fairness and applying the criteria equally and protecting public investment, I think that we could grant the application, but subject to a business plan being provided. And we know that we have great agencies locally, like Small Business Gateway, who could support that. Do other members have any thoughts on this one? Councillor Rees?
Well, yeah, if no one else is going to speak, I agree with what you've said, Chair. And, you know, a business plan doesn't need to be a complex document. I would go as far as say it's slightly frustrating if you're asked to produce something to get public money. As you say, Chair, it's only fair if everybody else does it. Yes, no doubt about it, a business plan of some sort should be provided. Having said that, and it's not my ward, but I'm familiar with obviously where it is, if there's a premises in the centre of Wick that would benefit, you know, that this is a good idea, it's this one, you know, it's going to benefit so many people. It's a bit of a punt, but yeah, I would support it with that condition that you've mentioned about, well, I mean, we really do have to have some sort of business plan, and help is, from what you said, available to the applicant if that's needed.
Thanks, Councillor Rees. Councillor Bremner.
Yep, in our previous discussions to do with this one and to do with all of them. So we need to make sure that that's on record, that a business plan is very much something that is a good support to where, especially this is public money, remember. This is public money that's being given. It can't be the case that we are seen to be giving public money away without actually scrutinising it properly. The public would expect us to do that, and any member of the public, regardless of whether they're an applicant or not, would expect us to do that. That's one of the reasons that I think that business plan doesn't just help us and help the community understand how we are best going to support the use of the public money. It could very well be helpful to the applicant as well. So not just on this one, but Chair, I would note that a business plan should be something that we are expecting most applicants, where possible and practicable and reasonable, to have that submitted in support of the funding that they would be receiving. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're all on the same page with this one, so approve with the condition that a business plan is provided. Great. Next one is Scrabster Harbour Trust, the cruise ship gangway upgrade. The total project cost is £37,400. The grant requested is £18,700. This project will complement the multi-million-pound upgrade of the St Ola Pier that has been designed to increase cruise ship capacity. Project costs being applied for are to purchase and install an access gangway from pier to ship. As we're going down these projects, we're moving down the scoring matrix, and we are seeing we're starting to come into the slightly lower scores now, where we have 3 for project robustness, a 2 for engagement and support, a 3 for meeting demand, for legacy and exit strategy and for equalities issues, a 2 for environmental sustainability, a 1 for value for money, 3 for match funding, a 3 for meeting local priorities, and a 1 for additionality. In discussion of this project, we did note, members, that this is a multi-million-pound regeneration of Scrabster Harbour, and it was highlighted that the access gangway from pier to ship might have been included in the multi-million-pound upgrade. So we questioned it coming to us, and I think that reflects the ones that it's been scored in the scoring matrix. Fiona, I don't know if you would add anything to that from an assessment point of view.
No, you're absolutely right what you say, Chair. I think the only thing I would add is that much of the applications presented in terms of the wider development, so that's why it was quite difficult to score it purely against the element that's being applied for from coastal communities.
Okay, so they've told you about the benefits of the wider regeneration, but not this specific piece of it.
Yeah, not specific to the actual the gangway.
Yeah. Again, this is a difficult one because it's something, you know, obviously Scrabster Harbour is something we would very much want to support, and it is the Highland Coastal Communities Fund, and it is a very worthwhile use of funds. But whether the case has been made and the criteria that's been presented is what's up for question. And do members want to make any comment on that? Councillor Rosie.
Yeah, look, I think with labelling the points you made about the circumstances, I'm sure we all recognise in Caithness the value of Scrabster Harbour, so I'd be very tempted to support it. Absolutely accepting the points you made, but it's just a further development and a fantastic asset, so quite happy to support.
Is anyone otherwise minded? No. I totally agree. It's huge strategic importance to Caithness economically and tourism industry, and very much in the spirit of Highland Coastal Communities Fund. So I'd be happy to support it too. Good stuff. Okay. The next one, Dunnet Bay Distillers Limited, Phase 1, conservation and refurbishment of Castletown Mill into a craft whisky distillery and visitor attraction. Total project cost £507,000. The grant requested is £76,050. This project seeks to conserve and refurbish the currently derelict Castletown Mill into a craft whisky distillery and visitor attraction. Project costs relate to Phase 1 of the development, including costs related to conservation of the building, architecture and professional fees, and deposit towards stills for whisky distillation. On the scoring matrix, this scored 2s for project robustness, meeting demand, legacy and exit strategy, value for money, and match funding. It scored 3s for engagement and support, equalities, environmental sustainability, and meeting local priorities. And it scored a 1 for additionality. So in terms of additionality, Fiona, is there any more information on why that scored a 1 for additionality?
Yeah, I think it reflects the fact that essentially the costs in this application can kind of be split into two. So part of the costings, 160,000, is around making the building safe, the architecture and the professional fees and so on. The other part of the project is a deposit towards the actual stills. And although match funding is yet to be secured, the Historic Environment Scotland funding that's been applied for would entirely only cover the building costs, which therefore would mean that the coastal communities funding would only be going towards the stills. So in terms of additionality, what we've looked at then is just the wider financial position of the applicant and tried to assess whether the project would go ahead without coastal communities. And based on the accounts and the information we have, it's difficult to say that it wouldn't happen without coastal communities funding.
Any members want to comment on this application? Councillor Bremner.
I have to say I have my doubts on this one. I know that it can score robustly, but we also have to consider I'd like the officers' considerations in terms of displacement within that local area. Thanks.
Yes, we do consider there is potential for commercial displacement. So we're aware that public grant finance would usually only be given where there was demonstrable market failure, and it may have been more appropriate to apply for loan finance. Although we've got concerns about it, we're also aware that up to certain levels of funding it can be awarded, so that's why it's considered technically eligible, but we are yet to receive advice from the Scottish Government on what limits or restrictions there might be around that now that we're no longer part of the EU. But purely in terms of displacement, yes, we would agree that there is a concern.
Might I come back in, Chair? Thanks for confirming that. That is one of my main concerns. I think that we have that there could be an issue here, and I'd value the considerations of other members in respect of that.
Yeah, and apologies because I should have read out the text highlighted to us in red, which I somehow managed to miss. The project is eligible for HCCF funding at this stage. Details of state aid implications and match funding confirmation are required before formal approval could be made. So my thoughts on that is this is a private business that is applying for public money. It does raise state aid considerations and also the involvement of Historic Environment Scotland. I think with the Coastal Communities Fund, we would probably be quite comfortable with a project that preserves a historic building such as the mill. But if Historic Environment Scotland are funding that part, if we're left with funding stills, I would really struggle to justify putting public money towards a private business and funding the stills. So that would be my big anxiety with this one, together with the state aid considerations. Any other members have an opinion that they'd like to? Councillor Rosie.
Yeah, sorry. So there's no different opinion, Nicola. Yeah, you know, the rationale and explanation given by Fiona is quite clear. It's unfortunate. Well, no, it's a fantastic business, but we are where we are. So I'm interested to hear other comments.
Thank you. Councillor Rees.
Yeah, reluctantly, I see where Carl's coming from, and I'm similar mind. I mean, this is the frustration of being entrusted with a sizable chunk of money to spend. I mean, that building, 20 yards from North Coast 500, 50 yards from the most beautiful beach, etc., etc. I mean, if ever there was an argument for saving a bit of local Caithness history, you know, that building would be up at the top 5, actually, along with the John Groats Mill for that matter. I dearly like to support it, but I think Carl's word was exactly right. It's a bit unfortunate the way this has actually evolved in front of us. So I'm of a similar view. I'm just thinking ahead. I mean, the bit about the state aid, I don't begin to fully understand quite what the implications might be there. Possibly Fiona could elaborate if it's not going to take long, but there's always next year. I mean, this project appears to be it's a very large one. It's going to take a while for them to arrange, I presume, the match funding, and by next year it could be the parameters might have altered slightly, because, you know, I'd hate to see it fail for the want of a relatively small contribution. At the moment they're asking for quite a lot, but and I'm speculating, I concede, but I wouldn't want to totally rule it out. But I do agree with Councillor Rosie what he's just said.
Thanks, Councillor Rees. Councillor Bremner, did you want to come back in on that one?
Yes, actually, wholly sympathetic with what Councillor Rees said there. I think that the point he makes as well about you know, state aid, and the point that you made earlier on about state aid, regardless of remember, whatever we're doing, this is a first time that we've had to apply ourselves to this process. So I think we should put it out to the public. This has not been easy, because we are virtually charting our own path here, and trying to do it very carefully and very considerately. There is not enough money in the pot here, but that's not the driver on what is actually making us look at, well, what can we cut? It's actually looking and seeing if we can apply reasonable arguments and processes to the applications. The point about state aid and how it would go forward, it may be the case that what we are considering at the moment is going to require clarification, and will be clarified in the manner that we are actually currently considering it. And that may be applicable in future years to come, where the process that we're putting in place right now is actually going to be supported. So I think that the point that Councillor Rees made is a really important one, while Johnny carries us all the way through the house.
My battery's running low.
Well, what about the battery on your computer? So thanks for that one. But I think that the point that Councillor Rees has said, I think it's better to consider this now than have to be regretful about it later on.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Councillor Rosie, your hand's still up. Is that a legacy, or is it? Yeah. Okay. I think it's one of those ones that if they continue to develop this project, and for whatever reason Historic Environment Scotland doesn't come through and we do have clarification of state aid, again, as with previous ones, there's nothing stopping them coming back to the fund at a later date, and we would be able to look at it with far more confidence. We'll have a more informed viewpoint. But where we are currently, I don't really think we could on all good conscience approve this application. I'm seeing nodding. Are we content to decline this one?
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Reluctantly, but there we are. The final application is Clovis. This is the Silas Writers and Artists Retreat. Total project cost £111,200. Grant requested £55,600. This project seeks to purchase, renovate and repurpose a currently disused building in Wick as a Writers and Artists Retreat. Profits will be reinvested in the community through the employment of a literacy development officer aimed to improve literacy skills around the county. Project costs related to purchase and renovation of the building. The technical assessment outcome is passed. The project is eligible for HCCF funding on the condition that the applicant registers as an appropriate social enterprise organisation. On the scoring matrix, this one scored 1s for project robustness, engagement and support, legacy and exit strategy, and value for money. It scored 2 in meeting demand, equalities and additionality, and it scored 3s in environmental sustainability, match funding and meeting local priorities. So it is the lowest scoring of the applications, particularly concerning that it scored a 1 on project robustness and value for money. And Fiona, if you'd like to give us a few comments around how you arrived at those scores, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you. So as you mentioned already, the applicant, at the moment it's a recently formed constituted group, and so we would consider that due to the nature and the value of the project, that's not an appropriate organisational structure, and that would be reflected in a condition should you wish to approve funding. They would need to form a community benefit organisation that has the appropriate legal structure to undertake the project. We also felt throughout the application process there was limited engagement and support evidenced, and furthermore what was evidenced was not specifically in support of this application, but was more widely towards the need for improving literacy support in Caithness. The business plan that was supplied hasn't much consideration given within it towards the cash flow that would be required or the ongoing operational costs for the operation. And the value for money has been marked red due to the limited wider benefits that have been identified through the application. So although it has been stated that the project would create 3 jobs, these are on very, very limited hours. The project's very focused on improving literacy in Caithness. However, the application again doesn't provide a strong argument as to why purchasing a building would be the best way to address this, and why existing community spaces couldn't be used to actually address that issue, and that might represent better value. And finally, there's currently no match funding in place for the project, although they have indicated that there will be an outcome to applications for match funding by June.
Okay, so there's quite a few points to consider there, and quite serious ones. For me, it's a really laudable project, improving literacy and the Writers and Artists Retreat, and I recognise that arts projects in particular can be difficult to fund at times, but it is a sizable amount of money, and as you said, without any clear evidence of why this building is necessary to improve literacy. So that would be my concern, my main concern about this one, and in addition to the suitability of the structure of the organisation. Anyone else have any thoughts on this one? Councillor Bremner?
Yeah, when we were previously looking at this one, my thoughts were exactly along the lines of your own. Again, and being consistent with the way that we're evaluating these projects, I think we have to be open and honest, and I think that is one of the matters that we've got to look at in terms of this application that's before us. Again, it would be good to understand what the considerations of other members are, even if it is to say that they're sympathetic with what we're saying, and they don't particularly hold a view.
Yeah, any other members have an opinion on this one that they'd like to share? Questions, concerns, support? Councillor Rosie?
Yeah, quite similar to agree with points that have been made, but look, particularly, look, this is the last one. I think we should note it's fantastic to see a range of applications. And it is the first process that we're going to do. So I think it really is tremendous. But look, getting back to the point of the question, I don't disagree with any comments of yourself and Councillor Brennan made. Thank you.
Okay, so is there a consensus that we will have to decline this application? Again, in future, they might change their strategy or provide some more information. It doesn't preclude them from coming back at a later date and we can look at it again. Councillor Bremner?
Yes, I agree with that again. I think it's important to reiterate what you said there. That applies to all applicants, and also applies to all applicants for the benefit of the officers that don't actually achieve coming to this stage. We know who they are, and we should accord our thanks to them for taking the time to put the effort in to apply to this. It's a fantastic. I remember the motion that we jointly supported coming to council to get this amount of money. It went through let's say a challenging process with a motion that I brought at council, and I think it was challenged 3 times, Councillor Sinclair, but we got it there. So it's a lot of money, and I'm not surprised that it's being chased by a lot of businesses. I hope that this process that we're going through here just now, supported by the officers, is helpful. It doesn't deny applicants forever and for the future. This hopefully can actually help them to reshape their applications and to be able to come back if they feel that they have the ability to be able to do so. I think that's really important to stress that, and I'm not just taking the opportunity because this is the last one. We could have said that for any one of them that's been in front of us today. So I hope that maybe that's appreciated and maybe agreeable to all the councillors that are helping us debate the applications in front of us today. And thanks again to Fiona and the team.
Yeah, I was going to say that at the end, that if there's anybody who wants to comment on the fund more generally and how we've gotten to this point, but I do think it's worth reflecting on the fact that the opportunity that's been presented to us here with the Highland Coastal Communities Fund, where it is something that's controlled entirely at an area level without having to go through an extra tier of corporate governance at Highland Council level. It's really important for localism, it's really important for our communities, and the level of flexibility we have in this fund is really welcome. And you see that when you look through these projects that we've just gone through. We're declining 2, there's one that we're mostly funding, all the others have been approved, and personally it gives me a lot of pride to look at them because there's some really fantastic projects in there. So I'm really, really proud of this community for the things that they've put forward, and there's some really exciting stuff, and look forward to seeing how it's all going to pan out in the months ahead. And it is worth bearing in mind this is a 2-year allocation, so we needed some big exciting projects like this, and I'm looking forward already to shaping what the next round of funding will be. Councillor Rees.
Very briefly, just to add, thank you to Sarah, Fiona and yourself, Nicola, for all the hard work and the organisation you've put into it. And the other point, maybe more for the public's benefit, by having this more streamlined process, it is actually, I believe, freeing up more money to actually go into people's pockets to do these projects with less bureaucracy. And that is a good thing. It's also, in my view, it's more democratic and it's been more open than some schemes that we've had in the past. Anybody can watch this. People can ask councillors afterwards questions about why something happened or didn't happen, and we can turn to our very good officers for professional advice if we need to. So yeah, I see Raymond nodding. We all need to get advice from time to time because we're amateurs at this stuff. So yeah, thank you, one and all.
Fiona, I'm massively putting you on the spot here, but do you know what that's come to in terms of the projects we've agreed to fund, what the amount is?
Yes, I do. I had a handy tracker spreadsheet at the ready, so I've just been filling it in as we go. That takes your total approvals to £310,848.55, which leaves a remaining allocation of £98,803.45.
Thanks very much for that, Fiona. And obviously within the recommendations, we had hoped to ring fence £100,000 for a strategic investment that would benefit the whole of Caithness in terms of economic regeneration. To put some context to that, there's a number of opportunities in front of us just now. There's the fusion opportunity at the Dunray site. There is the hydrogen opportunity that's actually gathering pace, and I'll update members with some news that we've had on that. We've just secured the PSO money for Wick Airport. There's new skills academies, so there's a heck of a lot we can do to bolster our ambition to reverse population decline and kickstart the economy. So with having that flexibility in the Coastal Communities Fund, we believe there's an opportunity to make the money go further. And we're talking to match funders about how we could take 100,000-ish, have it matched with another large funder, and use that to really move forward with some of these projects at a pace. So with the money that's left over, that's what we'll be looking to do, and then bring a report back to the next Caithness Area Committee, giving full detail on what we propose to do and what the benefit would be for Caithness, and it would be for the whole of Caithness, whereas each of these projects that are community-led are very valuable to specific areas. Councillor Bremner and then Councillor Rosie.
Thanks. That is quite remarkable, Fiona, when you're doing the sums there just now, and that, yes, there was a hope that we had the ability to be able to ring fence. So this has not been a fait accompli. You're the person that's managed to let us know what the outcome is of our deliberations today. I'd also say, putting politics aside, because we're very good at doing that as a Caithness committee. I think it's one of the strengths that we have here in Caithness, that we have the ability to be able to work together as a unitary kind of area of councillors. I wholly endorse what you just said there, Nicola, and the reason I put the politics aside is because I know that Councillor Mackey hasn't had the ability to be able to be part of this because of his declaration of interest. But I'm absolutely certain that he and the rest of us would be endorsing the support for the kickstarting of the economy and in terms of the safeguarding of population, the decline in population. I remember Councillor William Mackay, referring to this a year ago, and how he said that the way that we approach this, it will only be population decline if we stand still and do nothing about it. Well, here is evidence of the approach that Caithness councillors are taking to hear what the point is. That can somebody mute the mic? I think it might be Donny.
Councillor Mackay. Donny, would you mute your mic? Thanks.
No bother, Donny, thanks. It's to allow us, it evidences the fact that we are supporting as best as we possibly can, especially with the amount of projects that we've endorsed today, but holding back something that can actually support bigger projects that do have the ability to be able to boost the economy with other partners. That's essential. For often enough, Highland Council is the partner that comes to the table with lots of support and yet no money. Here we have brought money to the table. We've dealt with 300,000 of it, nearly $250,000 ourselves, and we're putting another 100,000 or near that if members are minded to support that in the recommendations. I, on the record, will support that recommendation to be able to work with other agencies and other partners to boost the economy and safeguard the economy. We did that with the PSO, another one where the Highland Council has actually come to the table as a money-bearing partner, and that's hopefully that will allow us. That's proof to the community that that's our intent, and that's what we're intending to go further on. So it's reminding ourselves. Wally, I remember well what you said a year ago, just over a year ago. If we did nothing, so here's hoping that this lets the public see that we are doing something. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Councillor Rosie.
Yep, it's a here. Raymond's covered everything I was going to say and a lot more, but I think there really are grounds to be quite excited and optimistic. We've got real opportunities to work in partnership and collaboration, and I think we've already had a good indication in recent times what other organisations do want to work with us. And then it goes back to coastal communities, how funding, how third and voluntary sector, they're playing a huge part in Caithness now. So I think we've got to. I'm always mindful that we've got to market ourselves a wee bit better, and I think we should give some consideration to doing that and in partnership with other agencies, because there's so much to offer and so much we can do. So All in favour of what's been said? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other members want to comment before we move to the recommendations? Okay, I'll just read them out. Members are asked to agree to ring fence approximately £100,000 from member-led strategic investments to benefit the Caithness economy and secure match funding with local stakeholders. Further details of this investment to be brought back to Area Committee. Consider all applications presented for funding and agree whether to approve, defer or reject the application. An approval of funding should detail the amount approved and outline any conditions of funding that members wish to attach to the approval over and above the required technical conditions. A deferral would allow an applicant to resubmit the current application at a future date with updated information. A rejection would mean that the application will not proceed and any future application to the fund should be brought forward initially as a new expression of interest. And 3, agree which applications should receive a funding award from HCCF up to the value of the available area allocation. Are we happy to agree those recommendations? Yep. Okay then, thank you very much, members. It's been a long day. I appreciate that we got through it, and thank you, Fiona and Sarah, for your help getting us to this point on this one.
Well done, everybody. Well done, Chair.
Yeah,
thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Well
folks.
done, Chair.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.